Alright guys, it is Friday, meaning we have an open bracket tournament at hand. Once again guys, this is a Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament getting itself underway. I'm a little bit late here getting the stream up. We're only 1 minute to the hour, 1 minute until matches can begin. The bracket was released roughly 10 minutes ago. Looks like we have 3 round 1 games which are going to be occurring, with all around 2 games that have 2 opponents showing in the bracket occurring at the same time. And you've started now. Well, between now and 7:15, as we have just reached the hour. Games do have 15 minutes now to begin. Looking for an invite into a round 1 game. The only member of a team that I'm aware I have on my friends list is a member of Phage Clan. And as I'm currently sitting at 300 friends, it'd be a bit of a hassle to try and swap the rounds, so we will pick Phage Clan for our round 1 game on the stream this evening. It will be Team Flash Q on the blue side versus Phage Clan on the purple side. The winners of that game will be on into round 2 to face off against Faxon Will Dominate. Faxon will dominate a Masters and Challenger tier team that's been participating for the last couple of weeks. I actually didn't notice that this game was heading into that round until I was informed by a member of Phage Clan. Like, dude, we're heading into Masters tier summoners next round. They did their homework, apparently. So it looks like we'll have some great games on the stream this evening. Hopefully somebody can put up a resistance to Faxon Will before we get into the semis and the finals. They have made it more or less all the way there. 2 of the 3 events I remember them participating in, they were eliminated in either the second or third round of play. In one of those, not quite sure which team beat them out early, but it was a great performance, I'm sure. Again, just waiting on the invite to my round 1 game here. Again guys, this is a Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament. Matches are free to begin as we are past the hour mark and must be started by 7:15 if both teams are currently showing in the bracket. Only 3 teams in round 2 that are waiting for a round 1 match to conclude. All of the teams in round 2 do have their opponents showing on the bracket and are free to begin now. Again, waiting for that invite into the round 1 game we've chosen to stream this evening. The game between Team Flash Q on the blue side and Phage Clan on the purple side. Supplies in my client is a member of Team Phage Clan, waiting on their opponent to remake that lobby since they hadn't enabled spectator mode. Getting a request for us to stream somebody in the Twitch chat. Which team are you on? Having some issues getting into our round 1 game, so it is possible we could swap that out if you also have a round 1 game occurring. Also some reports that teams are not showing on the bracket, remembering folks that you must check in on the day of the event in order to be added into the bracket. Getting an invite here, meaning we will have our round 1 game getting itself started up momentarily. Move myself down into the spectator slot. I did click, there we go, had to double click it apparently. The first one, oh, where'd all the players go? I am so confused right now. Anyways guys, heading into round 1 here. Alright, the team that says they did not show up on the bracket did not check in. The check-in link is available from the rules page as well as emailed out on the day of the event to the email address provided when you sign up. It is important to provide us with an actual email address when you're planning to participate. Looking like Phage Clan was actually forming up the game for their opponents, waiting for them to try and get that match started. And then Phage Clan ended up leaving the lobby as the blue side had actually formed up a game as well. Again, this is Team Flash Q on the blue side and Phage Clan on the purple side. Seeing actually 2 lower tiered teams coming into this matchup. A mainly silver and bronze roster on the blue side with 1 unranked summoner, only 71 games won, versus the mainly platinum gold roster from Phage Clan with their 2 silver players as well. Of course, this is our open bracket tournament, so anybody from level 1 all the way up to Challenger is free to participate. 2 Shark Kangaroo in Twitch chat. You said your team name was Fergernackle Gaming. I will check our records, see what email address you guys provided. The email address I have is actually soccerforward with no @ no anything, so that explains why you didn't get the email that went out with the information on the day of the event. It is extremely important to provide an actual email address for us to be able to contact you. Unfortunately, as the bracket has been released, we cannot modify the bracket to add your team in. Getting requests that a summoner not on the roster be allowed to play. Looking that is from the blue side, meaning that I can effect a roster change for that team, meaning once I get the summoner from them, either they come into the lobby or they already be in the lobby and I'd be notified of that name. We can affect those roster updates. Again, guys, if you need roster changes affected, send us an email, admin@notsostock.ca. I will get that posted into Twitch chat for you as well. Also, those in Twitch chat asking about the check-ins, they did close at 1/4 to the hour, as our rules state. The bracket has been released at 10 minutes to the hour, 5 minutes after check-ins would have closed. Unfortunately, teams that do not check in cannot be added to the bracket. If we do have teams that do not show up, late check-ins as well as teams that are available to play could potentially be swapped in for those no-shows. So if you stick around to stay vigilant, I will do my best to get you guys swapped in, if at all possible this evening. Looking like we are heading into round 1 here. We have finally reached champion section. Again, this is Team Flash Q on the blue side and Phage Clan on the purple side. Going to head over and check our emails here. I apologize, I'm not looking at Twitch chat for one moment. Likely a few more roster updates I do need to effect. Looking like Lucian has been out by Team Flash Q, and a Morgana ban will follow up from a Phage Clan. I have a few more comments coming in here. Apologize for my distractions here. A few admin issues to deal with as we get things started up here. I am actually solo this evening. My main assistant trapped at his in-laws. Our other assistants, one out for dinner, I believe. The others MIA in general. We are seeing Lucian, Zillion, and Yasuo banned out by Team Flash Q. 3 fairly strong bans, also a Morgana and a Kha'Zix ban by Phage Clan. Waiting on the 3rd ban from the team. It appears it will be a Jace getting banned. Also a request from Tommy and my client there if I want to stream their games. Tommy, member of one of the teams that also tends to place fairly well in our open and I believe our semi-pro bracket tournaments as well, depending on whether their team roster is in Diamond 1 or Masters at the time. Of course, Masters tier summoners not being allowed to participate in our Saturday events. Seeing Rengar locked in here for Team Flash Q, as well as Orianna and Corki picked up a Phage Clan. Amateur Scrub will be hovering over a Blitzcrank pick for his team. The Blitzcrank still being hovered over here by Team Flash Q. Cosmic Ant on their team not yet showing there as I go to say that they insta-lock a Caitlyn pick. Oh, thought we had reports of a team not showing up, but that team has actually just arrived, so we'll know in roughly 7 minutes if any teams have not shown up for their round 1 games, as all teams have 15 minutes to show up before they can be disqualified from the event. And in the event of a no-show, we will try and swap in one of the teams that is trying to get in the event who had failed to check in as they had not realized about the check-in rule for the tournament. Unfortunately, that does occasionally happen. Seeing a Janna locked in by McGhost5 on Phage Clan, as well as Wukong being hovered over here. Getting reports from my client. I do have a few more roster updates that I need to effect, guys, so please bear with us. I might be a little bit quiet here while we get into this game, but as soon as we get on the Rift, I guarantee you I will come back in to shoutcast correctly. Looking like I need to add Rashi to a team. Not quite sure which team yet. Looking like it is Mother Rosario needing that update. That is the last official roster change I'm seeing, and not for the team I was having reported needing roster changes. Oh no. Anyways, guys, we are seeing Syndra and Akali both locked in for Team Flash Q here. I believe Akali will be their top laner as she is currently showing a teleport, a fairly strong and snowballable champion. Of course, we are seeing Maokai hovered over by Kazerjin. Maokai, one of those ultimate sustained champions. We'll see how he contests against an Akali. Of course, there's also an ELO gap between these two teams, the blue side being mainly bronze and silver, the purple side ranging from silver all the way up into platinum. I am very confused. I've added that summoner to the wrong team, allegedly. Looking like IODU is on the team. Free RP, thanks. How did I get the wrong thing? Ah, Dunk Leostius, confusing my auto search. Alright guys, so looking at the two team rosters here, we do have Rengar in the jungle for the blue side, Caitlyn and Blitzcrank as their bottom lane, with Syndra in the mid lane and Akali top. That's a fair amount of AP coming out from that team. Not a huge amount of tank, though the Rengar and Blitzcrank should be able to mitigate a fair amount of damage. Rengar and Caitlyn will be the only AD champions on that team, unless Blitzcrank opts to build AD Blitzcrank, bringing us back into the Season 1, Season 2 era of the Blitzman. On the purple side, we have a Lee Sin in the jungle, so two fairly strong junglers coming into this game, with a Corki Janna bottom lane pair for Phage Clan, as well as Orianna in the mid lane, and Maokai as their top laner. Again, a two-tank combo for this team as well, with Maokai and Lee Sin likely opting to build off or full tanks for their team. Corki, the only real Corki and Lee Sin, the only real AD champion. So again, a fairly heavy AP team composition with Orianna, Janna, and Maokai all dealing AP damage. And we are now into spectator delay, meaning these two teams are into load screen, potentially onto the Rift already, but we will be 3 minutes technically behind them, but only 2.5, 2:15 of spectator delay officially remaining here. And I do apologize if you're trying to get a hold of me in Twitch chat. I am tabbed out in different windows here trying to get all of our roster updates affected, make sure everybody gets their matches started. We do have 4 minutes remaining until all matches must begin. Again, guys, we do have one team waiting to get into the tournament as they failed to check in but did show up, meaning that if we do have a forfeit in round 1 or those round 2 games with two opponents showing that have to be started within the next 3 minutes now, we'll be swapping in one of the teams for the no-show and or forfeit, depending on how that exactly plays out. Again, guys, this is a not-so-stock gaming open bracket tournament, meaning summoners anywhere from level 1 all the way up to 30, unranked all the way through Challenger, are free to participate. Getting Simon in the Twitch chat saying that if there's a slot for a team, here is my summoner name. Simon, are you aware that we have a team finder feature on our website? I can get that link posted into Twitch chat for you. It's a feature where you guys can either post a team looking for additional summoners to play forward, or post yourselves looking to join up with a team. Again, about a minute of spectator delay now remaining, and then we'll be on to the Rift for our round 1 game. Getting reports that one team may still be waiting on their opponents for their game. Going to take a look and see which team those summoners on. Looks like it is VG Meme Dream team. See where they are currently sitting in the bracket. Looks like they're supposed to be facing off against Asian Legion. Has Asian Legion not shown up for their match? Have you done your best to contact them? There is still technically 1 minute remaining until we should disqualify them, but in the event of getting things started, and as we do have one team currently waiting, we can get that swapped out if they have still not shown up. Alright, Shark Kangaroo, remind us, what was your team name? Looking like just 5 seconds of spectator remaining here, guys, and we will be into the load screen. Remembering this is a round 1 game. We do have 3 round 1 games leading into round 2, where most teams are beginning this evening, with 19 teams participating this evening. Only those 3 round 1 games were necessary to make the bracket all balance out. And we are into the load screen here, again seeing those all untrimmed summoners on the blue side being mainly silver and bronze accounts, as well as one level 22 account with roughly 70 wins to their name. We'll see how they perform against the silver plus team on the purple side, seeing those 3 gold trims come out from members of Phage Clan. Remembering, guys, this is Team Flash Q on the blue side and Phage Clan on the purple side. Heading into round 1 here for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament. All matches now must have officially begun. If your opponents have not shown up, you are free to report your wins against them. Speaking of reporting your wins, I will head over to double check what we're on here. Looking like no teams have yet reported those wins. Getting reports that members of Asian Legion are finally showing up into the bracket. However, they have now been disqualified as it is 15 minutes past the hour and they don't have all 5 other summoners available for play. Getting reports that Shark Kangaroo is still in the Twitch chat. Remind me of your team name and we will swap you into that slot. If there's another team that doesn't show up, we will swap in Penta No Regrets. If that doesn't happen, then we do apologize that you can't participate this evening. Better luck next week. Make sure you check in on time. I am hearing the sounds of the Rift, but not seeing the 5th summoner from Phage Clan loading in this game. We may see a pause coming out as we get onto the Rift. Indeed, Lee Sin sitting in the very center of the pool does mean that he did not connect into the game. Seeing a boosting ad in my client there. Need to ban those summoners. Well, not ban them, but block them from my friends list. And we are seeing that pause that I believed would be coming out, seeing Lee Sin not connected here. I do apologize for my silence. Just trying to get everything sorted out for that last round 1 game to begin, swapping in the team Ferge Knackle Gaming in place of Asian Legion. So do give us 1 moment to effect that. Again, guys, that is going to be Fujernackle Gaming with the tag FG, replacing the team Asian Legion on the bracket. You guys are free to begin setting that matchup. It will be reflected onto the bracket momentarily as well. Alright, and there we go. The effect has been made. Go ahead and refresh your windows if you're not seeing it. It will be teams. Let me double check that so I don't call this one wrong. VG Meme Dream Team versus Fujernackle Gaming. That is going to be the F bracket in round 2. Asian Legion having not shown up for that round 2 game. Of course, they did have a round 1 bye. Rengar in all chat looking to get himself banned. Though this is the open bracket tournament, our rules do technically state you have to play on your highest account. Looking like they're just going for as much troll as possible. Like, we're bronze, but you know what? We're really diamond. I mean, who in silver and bronze isn't really diamond, if not challenger when they're playing, though? A little bit of pre-game antics, so to say, looking to get their opponents off edge a bit, looking to pick up an advantage into this early game. We'll see if either team set up for level 1 shenanigans. Of course, 18 seconds into this game, we've just seen Lee Sin reconnect after 2.5 minutes of pause time have expired, looking to get this game officially started once they get the ready from both teams. Again, guys, if your opponents have not shown up, as it is now 19 minutes past the hour, you are free to report a win against your opponents. Again, about 3 minutes of pause time have expired here, guys. Looking to get ourselves back into this game. I do believe I saw the reconnection from Lee Sin. I apologize for my silence here. A few last admin issues for me to get through. The pause is a great time for me to do so. Again, guys, I will be monitoring Twitch chat as well as our emails that come in, doing my best to keep up with the matchup as well as you guys while we go through the night. Again, normally we have a few more people helping me out, doing most of the match reporting, keeping the brackets up to date and so forth and whatnot. And English is too hard for Dark Orbs right now. Whew. Anyways, guys, yes, it is just me this evening, so please be patient as we go on tonight. We are seeing this pause timer finally ticking down, and we are going to be into this game. Oh, apparently the blue side wasn't ready, but purple side refused to continue using their pause time, making them switch over. We will technically allow that, as all summoners were speaking and ready to unpause, repause, potentially. A member from VG Meme Stream apparently missing the memo there about Team Fujernako Gaming being swapped in place of the absentee Asian Legion. You guys are good to start your match still, as that was a late swap. Please, though, get it started as quickly as you possibly can so that we are all on the same pages heading into round 2, 3, all the way up through the semis and so forth. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. All chat is going crazy. Looking like blue side is having some form of lag or connection issues. Let's take a quick scroll up through this chat and see if we can figure out what's going on. Somebody updating their toaster. Love toaster updates. Toasters are my favorite. Looking like we do have one more team not showing up for their first game this evening. We will be swapping in Penta No Regrets for the team that has not shown up. Just waiting on a report of which matchup that is.
A summoner has reconnected.
Looking like we've had a member from one of those teams reconnect. Unfortunately, I wasn't actually looking at the screen as there's not a whole lot going on. Looking like Penta No Regrets is ready to go, and BNF needs to be replaced. One of these teams did not show up. We won the match, correct. Technically, you win the matchup against the team that did not show up, but the team that didn't show up has forfeit or disqualified. However you want to look at that, is going to be replaced with another team that is currently available for play. Let's give us 2 moments to take a look, see where those teams are. There we go. Penta No Regrets is the correct team. I am seeing them on our website, meaning they are good to get swapped in. Just need to confirm the team that I need to replace there. Hearing it is BNF, Brandong and Friends. Are you Brandong and Friends, or does Brandong and Friends need to be replaced? Member of Twitch chat saying that their opponents didn't show up. Yes, G, let us know. Are you BNF, or were your opponents BNF?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
We are seeing a little bit of action here in this game as we are waiting for buffs to come up about 45 seconds till it happens. Lee Sin throws a Q onto the blue half of that, but it will not connect. Flash comes out from the Rengar, not quite sure what just happened there. Looking for Rengar and Donald Chat, be like, fuck, burn my flash. Alright, so Brandong and friends were your opponents. We will be replacing them with Team Penta No Regrets. You guys are good to start that match. Please get it started up as quickly as you can. You are now free to begin. Refresh your pages if you're not seeing that on the bracket. Speaking of the bracket, I'll get the bracket posted back into Twitch chat for you guys all momentarily. Seeing 4 members from Team Flash Q set up around their red buff. The Bronze Silver Star looking to have their mid assist with the leash. Orianna will be into the mid lane before her opponent. Syndra going for a full 2, make that 3 auto attacks onto the golem. And the underlane will miss the majority of that first wave if Orianna does her job correctly. Corki and Jenna also beat the Kaylin and Blitzcrank into lane. Maokai and Akali, however, are already in the top lane farming out against each other. Speaking of lanes, I should get this scoreboard reorganized. Alright, and again, we do have Maokai versus Akali in the top lane, Orianna versus Syndra in the mid lane, Corki versus Cade, and Janna versus Blitz in the bottom lane, with Lee Sin and Rengar in the junglers. Getting questions about how we contact team captains. Though you have already done so through Twitch chat, I will remind everybody that team rosters are on the website, meaning that we suspect the first summoner registered is the captain for that team. It's who we normally try to contact first. Of course, if it's not, they'll generally tell us who to speak to for their team. But again, guys, those team rosters are available on the website if you need to find out who your opponents are. Seeing a huge amount of pressure go here onto the blue side. Kaylin looking for farm here. Blitzcrank waiting out in the bush. Has been spotted out by a sight ward, though. Health pot coming out from Syndra in the main. She will flash in onto the Syndra, meaning she is overextended without an escape here. And she will go down. That is first blood for the Orianna in the mid lane. A little bit of a misplay for Syndra right there. Seeing blue side use their flashes extremely recklessly. Rengar flashing into his bush with no opponents there earlier. Syndra flashing into Orianna when she didn't really need to. Didn't have a huge advantage from doing so. Maokai and Akali duking it in the top lane. Akali down to about half of her HP. And I do apologize, folks. I've not actually mentioned the secondary bracket tournament yet. Seems like they're going to be actually in the bottom lane as Corki takes a huge amount of pressure from the Blitz-Kaylin combo. The grab from Blitz working extremely well in their favor during that play. Jenna still had full HP. Kaylin and Blitzcrank down around half HP again, guys. Secondary tournament. The first 8 teams to be defeated in legitimate combat, meaning they show up for their round 1 or round 2 game, wherever they start out in the event. Actually get that started, play it through as best as they can, and be defeated. They get added into a secondary tournament. Kaylin taking huge pressure hit, burns her flash down to 50 HP. She will go down into the Corki. Again, guys, the first 8 teams to be defeated in the tournament will get added to a second event where you have a second chance to compete for prizing. Lee Sin coming into the mid lane here. I should stop giving plugs for the tournament and start following the action. Purple Slide looking for an early advantage here. Sapling comes out from the Maokai, but it looks like Akali may avoid that. I apologize. Walks back into it, gets spotted out there. Corki down to about 400 HP here, but there's going to be no contest in the bottom lane. Kaylin about 10 seconds until she reaches that outer turret. Blitzcrank looking to stay safe here against his turret. Lee Sin actually looking to recall from the mid lane bush, has cancelled that recall, potentially looking for some counter away roam into the top lane here. Ping coming out into the top lane onto Akali. Lee Sin wants that kill, I think. Not quite sure why he was backing in, decided to cancel, looking like he is at almost full HP coming. This Akali down to about 300 HP, will burn her flash to get to safety. Lee Sin will consider that a successful gank and fall off of his advancement. Now seeing 3 flashes down from the blue side, though Rengar's flash should be back up fairly shortly. I apologize, 4 flashes down on the blue side. Only Blitzcrank with his flash currently available. And Syndra goes down in the mid lane under her turret to the Orianna. A bit of an outplay right there for this Orianna. Once again, guys, this is supplies for Phage Clan on the purple side. Orianna and Krelix's on the blue side. Syndra. Team Flash Q on the blue side. Phage Clan on the purple side. Maokai went back in there on the Akali, did a fair chunk of her health and be able to free farm in this top lane. Akali looking for a solution here. Once she hits level 6 though, I suspect things could start to change around, going in her favor. Maokai looking to bully her back out of that lane as she tries to come back in for a little bit more farm here. We are seeing Maokai sitting at 40 CS to Akali's 17. Orianna in roughly the same situation, 37 to 15 over the Syndra. The bottom lane actually the closest in farm numbers with a 10 farm divergence in favor of the Corki. Phage Clan once again picking up an early advantage here, 3 kills to 0. They have roughly a 2,000 gold lead as we approach the 7-minute mark in this game. Blitzcrank throws his grab, but it's not quite able to connect. The Q comes out from Jenna, and it will connect onto Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank down to 200 HP. His shield will come through. Corki Valkyries in and picks up the kill onto Blitzcrank. Exhausted will come out onto the Corki, though. Caitlyn burns a health potion. She's down to about 3/4 of her HP. Syndra looking to engage onto Orianna in the mid lane here. Phage Clan currently sitting at 4-0. Orianna engages onto Syndra, and Syndra down to about half her HP after that burst. Another Q comes out from Janna in the bottom. It connects onto both the Caitlyn and the Blitzcrank there. Lee Sin coming in from behind, coming in through the blue side Tribush. We could see Caitlyn go down here if he can connect. I apologize. Lee Sin opting to wrap around to make a red buff steal here. Potentially red looking like it is actually on the map for their opponents. Syndra trying to defend her turret here, takes a bit of damage from the Orianna, but the ball will miss, only taking the auto attack damage there. Rengar has been spotted out by Lee Sin. Lee Sin looking to engage onto Rengar here, potentially will wait for Orianna to begin responding. Q comes out from Lee Sin. Rengar re-engages onto Lee Sin, and a pause will come out here. I believe those are auto attacks coming out from Rengar. Rengar has disconnected from the game. An unfortunate situation for Team Flash Q. Rengar getting spotted out and engaged onto before we actually see that disconnect notice and the pause begins to come out. Generally, you are not allowed to pause during key gameplay moments such as team fights like this, but we did see the disconnect. We will allow that to occur. No punishment for the blue team for their pause. Again, guys, we are seeing another pause right here. This is actually our third pause of the game. Second, if you consider that first 2 pauses, 1, as blue team wasn't quite ready when the Lee Sin reconnected after not originally loading into the game. And Callie is saying that they think Rengar's internet may have just gone down. Oh, Rengar, please come back. Of course, both teams are allotted 15 minutes of pause time. I believe both sides have used about 3 minutes of their pause time, meaning that if Rengar cannot reconnect in the next 12 minutes of pause here, then they will be forced to play that through in a 4 versus 5 situation. It would definitely mean the end for Team Flash Q. Though they do have a second chance if they do lose this matchup in the secondary tournament. Again, guys, the secondary tournament is for the first 8 teams to lose legitimate matchups. They get placed into a second event for a second set of prizes. We do have 2 prize packages to give away this evening, both of them being 40,000 RP and 5 Triumphant Rise skins. The winning team going home with all 5 of those Rise skins and 16,000 RP for themselves. I believe that is 3,200 RP for each of their final 5 summoners, as well as 1 Rise skin apiece. For the second place team, I believe it is 14,000 RP going out to that team, as it is 2,400 RP for each of their final 5 summoners. Third and fourth place, of course, do not go home unhappy either, with 1,600 RP apiece and 800 RP apiece for the third and fourth place teams. Can't recall the exact team totals, but that's 800 times 5 as well as 1,600 times 5, so you guys do that math. Again, guys, we are in round 1 of play here, seeing both sides plagued a little bit by connection issues. Looking like all round 1 games have managed to get themselves started. We did have 2 no-shows, but we had 2 teams that actually failed to check in today, and we're waiting around for that to occur. So we got both of those no-shows replaced, meaning that all games on the bracket are currently occurring. We're now 33 minutes past the hour. No games have yet to conclude. All games would have had to have been started roughly 18 minutes ago and could be up to 33 minutes into their play timers. Of course, looking at the matchup at hand, which did technically start on time, as we've had about 10 minutes of pause time expire, we are only 8 minutes into this game. Getting reports that Dugman Wonderland versus Penta, I believe that's Penta No Regrets, are currently in Champions Select. That was one of the teams that we had to swap out a team as they had no-showed. So they are allowed a bit of a late start there. That is our last game to get itself started in tonight's event. Again, guys, this is a open bracket tournament for Not So Stock Gaming. This is Dark Corp showcasting for you guys this evening. We are currently in round 1 of play. I believe we have 5 rounds total this evening. You can take a quick look at that. Yes, the 4th round would be the semifinals, with round 5 being the finals and the bronze match. Only 3 round 1 games, though a lot of round 2 games with 2 opponents showing in the bracket, meaning that some teams will have only 1 victory required to move on into the quarterfinals, where others will require 2 to get into round 3 of play. Of course, the first 8 teams to be defeated, and it looks like we have about 7 games occurring at the same time here, so all games in round 1 and 2 that started on time, as well as possibly the first game after round 1, after that round concludes. We'll be getting into that secondary bracket tournament, and then we will have that second tournament started. Again, guys, we will not be releasing that bracket until we have all 8 teams qualified in, so please do be patient with us as we get that set up. Again, no matches have yet concluded, so no teams currently qualified into our secondary bracket. Looking back at this map, we're seeing pause timer ticking down, and Rengar is in extreme peril. Continues engagement, burns his flash to try and get us, but the ball comes out from Orion. It is way too much for him to handle. Now a 5-0 kill score in favor of the purple side. Once again, guys, this is Flash Q on the blue side, and a Phage Clan on the purple side. Flash Q, a fairly low-level team with bronze and silver summoners, as well as 1 level 22 summoner with only 70 games played. Sorry, only 70 games won so far. Facing off against a mid-level team, that is Phage Clan on the purple side, with their 2 silver summoners, 1 gold summoner, and 2 platinum tier summoners. The winners of this matchup moving on into round 2 to face off against Faction Will Dominate, a mainly Masters and Challenger ranked team. Kali, looking to farm out in the top lane, is significantly behind Maokai still, though slowly closing that farm gap. Looking like Syndra has had no success in the mid lane doing the same. Kali is going to be the best hope for Team Flash U to come back into this matchup this evening. Caitlyn actually with the best farm on her team. Not a bad choice to do well either. Kali sitting at 0-0-0. Caitlyn does have 1 death to her name. Syndra goes in onto the Orianna. Ignite has gone through, and Orianna actually goes down to the Syndra. What a play in the mid lane. Seeing the first kill come out for Team Flash Q. That was a great performance by the Syndra, looking to even the score a little bit. Exhaust will come in onto the Caitlyn. Of Valkyrie comes out from the Corki. Caitlyn down to 150 HP, and she will go down in the bottom lane. Now a 6-1 kill score in favor of Team Phage Clan. Seeing them up roughly 4,000 gold as we near the 10-minute mark. Blitzcrank has stopped moving, but he will begin his action once again as minions start to make their way towards his turret. Going to see Rengar looking for some, I apologize, not looking for some counter jungle here, but just looking to counter the counter jungle. Lee Sin and Maokai all over the blue buff, and Rengar will go down to Maokai as Lee Sin cues in. Damage coming in onto Blitzcrank behind his turret as well. I believe his shield has been utilized. There's passive will be down. Kali coming back in onto this blue buff, but she will be all by herself. The blue buff has gone down. Ends up ulting away onto one of those minions. Lee Sin and Maokai looking to continue this pursuit. Syndra will come into the jungle now with 2 versus 2 fight. Lee Sin down to about half HP. Lee Sin could go down here. Kali uses her ultimate once again there to close that gap and finish off. At least in Maokai down to about 600 HP. However, Kali is down to about 300 as well. Orianna will not get here in time if Maokai should be caught. But should Syndra continue this pursuit, indeed it will be a 2 versus 1 on her as Orianna makes her way onto the map. Sorry, into range, I should say. More action in the bottom lane. Caitlyn and Blitzcrank both take a fair amount of damage. The Q from the Janna will not connect. A grab comes out from the Blitzcrank as well and will not connect once again. Ward comes out over the wall, and Kali goes down to 50 HP as a ball comes through from Orianna. Her shield will be, not her shield, but her veil will be popped. Orianna looking for this kill by Kali, appears to be able to get away to safety. Sweeper will come out in that bottom lane, but it's only their own wards that get caught out. Janna looking for some action against the Caitlyn, and grab comes out from the Blitzcrank again, not connecting here. Rengar heading towards his golem. Would be best to head into the bottom lane soon. Blitzcrank getting extremely low here. Health pot has been utilized by both summoners in the bottom lane for Team Flash Q. It's going to be the first turret of the game going over to Orianna in the mid lane. Caitlyn has engaged onto Corki, and Rengar will come in from behind. Caitlyn's getting fairly low here though. Blitzcrank opts to lock up the Janna instead of following onto the Corki. Corki getting fairly low here, down to about 100. He flash comes out from the Caitlyn. Pillar Peacemaker will come through and not able to finish him off as Corki flashes to safety. Lee Sin comes into the bottom lane and will finish off Caitlyn with a quick Q combo. Maokai also into this bottom lane now. Blitzcrank extremely low, and Lee Sin will pick up the double kill. Corki looking to make his way to safety here as Rengar continues that pursuit. Rengar is definitely going to be in trouble here if he cannot pull off an amazing juke. Orianna has spotted out, and Lee Sin comes into range. Indeed, we will see Rengar go down. The average is now a 10-3 kill score. Rengar was successful taking out Corki. That's going to be the first death onto Corki at this point, sitting 3-1, the same kill score, or same KDA as Orianna in their mid lane. Seeing Phage Clan set up for their first Dragon of the game here. Dragon ended about a quarter of ace HP. It will be an uncontested Dragon attempt occurring just before the 13-minute mark in this game. That will be the first Dragon going down. Orianna takes a stun from the Syndra, and Syndra will disengage. That fight Akali is behind Orianna though. Syndra looking to not give this away, might not be able to get into range time. Akali will jump on the Orianna, looking for a stun to come out from the Syndra. Orianna down to half HP. The stun, I believe, just came up but did not connect. The ultimate comes through from the Orianna, connecting all three of the summoners pursuing her. And Orianna will make her way into safety of her turret. Give me some action in the bottom lane as Blitzcrank and Caitlyn look for pressure. Grab will come out but not connect with either the Corki nor the Janna. Q comes out from the Janna, actually managed to land onto the Caitlyn. Lee Sin looking to connect onto Rengar. He's going to follow that Q up. Syndra Rengar out without a turret there. Is going to be engaged onto by the Orianna. Lee Sin will fall off of that engagement. Akali getting extremely low in the top lane here. Ultimates away onto a minion. And great play by the Akali, staying alive once again here, seeing her do fairly well for herself, best on her team as far as KDA is concerned, though slightly behind the other summoners in her farm. Seeing Rengar with 50 as the other lowest champion in the game currently. Rengar actually up 10 CS over the Lee Sin. The Lee Sin sitting at 3-1-2 will have a gold advantage, I do believe. Taking a look at the gold numbers, Lee Sin actually up about 1,300 gold over Rengar, seeing a total of an 8,000 gold lead in favor of Team Phage Clan. Blitzcrank will get caught out here, uses his ultimate to try and do a little bit of work against the Corki Janna pair, looking to save his Caitlyn's life as being a distraction at the very least, but Lee Sin will catch up with the Caitlyn here. Rengar also in the wing. Syndra coming in from the side, might get caught out here. Going to see Maokai come into the mid lane. It's going to be a 3 versus 1 onto Syndra. She flashes away, but it's not going to be enough. She goes down as Maokai and Lee Sin continue that engagement. Rengar looking to engage onto Lee Sin. Lee Sin could pick up the kill here. Ooh, will pick up the kill, taking almost no damage from the Rengar. Well played by the Phage Clan jungler. Caitlyn now by herself. The Q is going to miss from Lee Sin though, and see he ward hops onto the Caitlyn, ultimates her back into his team, and Caitlyn will go down. Another great play for that. Lee Sin does not pick up the triple kill, but secures the kill for his team. Akali looking to come in from the side here. Could be in a 5 versus 1 situation, looking for her first death here to occur. Or looking to avoid that first death steal potentially. Seeing her ultimate onto the Corki will not be enough to keep her alive. She does go down in that 5 versus 1 situation. Now a 15-3 kill score in favor of the Phage Clan. Blitzcrank throws a grab, not quite able to land that once again. Corki will remain safe in the bottom lane. Corki and Jen looking for pressure against that bottom lane inner turret. We have seen 2 turrets go down in favor of Phage Clan so far in this matchup. Oh, and I apologize, guys. The stream title says Amateur Tournament is an open bracket tournament. I need to be a little bit more vigilant updating the stream titles, I guess. Rengar getting caught out here by the Corki Janna pair. It's a 3 versus 2, but the Corki and Janna are fairly far ahead of their opposition. All summoners from Phage Clan being fairly far ahead right now with that 11,000 gold lead for their team. Looking like between a 1 and a 2,000 gold difference between all of these summoners, though Caitlyn is down to 3,000 gold under the Corki currently. Looking like our first win and loss reports are also filtering in here. I have a loss report from the team of First Place or Bust. Taking Taking a look, first place Robust was playing against Soda Pop and the Dream Stars in round 1 of play. Soda Pop will be moving on to play against the Kazoos in round 2. And that's going to be a rampage, I believe, for Maokai in the top lane as Lee Sin picks up another kill for him. Maokai and Lee Sin looking now for that top lane outer turret, the last outer turret remaining on Team Flash Q's side of the map. Again, guys, that was our first win being reported there. Team First Place or Bust has been added into the secondary bracket tournament, while Soda Pop and the Dream Stars continues in the main event. Flash Q looking to continue this engagement. The Blitzcrank grab again, not able to connect. Could have potentially turned that fight around, but Oriana picks up a double kill here. Seeing Akali now caught out in a 1 versus 3. Ultimate's away onto him. I mean, looking like she will get out of this fight once again fairly safely, but Janet will flash in and use her Q. Flash Q getting Flash Q'd. Akali will go down. Blitzcrank flashes away, seeing if another Q will come out from the Janet, but has not yet come off of cooldown, and Blitzcrank gets to safety. Again, guys, if you're participating this evening, please do not forget about the secondary tournament. The first 8 teams that get eliminated will have a second chance to participate. Should you not show up, then we will be adding in the 9th or 10th teams that get eliminated in place of the first teams that don't actually don't come through to play in that secondary tournament, as we do need all 8 teams to start the event. Maokai taking a few turret hits as he makes a way into the blue side jungle. Once again, Lee Sin and Maokai looking to continue their counter jungle here. Going to be actually in the bottom lane. Rengar will go down to Oriana. Oriana fairly low here, though. Caitlyn, 90 caliber nets to safety, and Janna will go down, making that a 4-21 kill score, as Flash Q picks up their 4th kill of the game. Again, guys, just that 1 loss report coming in so far. Going to be Caitlyn going down as well. Now we have 23-4 kill score. I apologize. I'm seeing a few more reports I'm a little bit confused by here. Looking like Lords of Chaos report that they won their matchup. Let's see if they were playing against a team that didn't show up. No, BBC has reported their loss as well. Indeed, that is a win for Lords of Chaos in round 2, having that round 1 bye. Seeing a huge siege from Phage Clan here. They could get punished for, though, a little bit of an overextension there. I do apologize about these slow bracket updates here, guys. Meaning BBC will be the second team qualified into the secondary tournament. Trying to get us back up to date on as far as matches are concerned. More action here. Blitzcrank will land his grab onto Rengar. I apologize, onto Maokai. Maokai flashes to safety with about 200 HP remaining. Caitlyn looking for a kill here. Heal comes out from the Janna. Caitlyn will get caught out by a Q. It does go down to the Corki. Blitzcrank taking huge pressure. That was Corki, who comes in under turret. Will get stunned down, but not inside of the turret range. Okay, I believe we are now up to date on win reports, as the other win I'm seeing was from Dugman Wonderland when they were facing off against Brandong and friends, who has been replaced with Penta No Regrets. We've had reports that that matchup has begun. Corki will Valkyrie into the Dragon Pit, potentially looking to start a Dragon here. Actually ends up recalling from that pit. Not quite enough health and damage to initiate onto Dragon, with only Janna in range, apparently. Again, guys, we are now caught up to date on match reports. Soda Pop and the Dream Stars have won their round 1 game. Lords of Chaos have won their round 2 game, meaning that BBC and Faker will be getting added into the secondary bracket tournament as the first 2 teams. The next 6 teams to lose their matches will also get a second chance to participate this evening. Callie getting chased down here by the Corki Janet pair. Callie will go down to 200 HP, will go down in general. Lee Sin re-engaging here onto Rengar. The remainder of his team looking to come into range. Rengar does go down to the Lee Sin. However, Janna will pick up an assist. The rest of the team not quite able to get into range there. Phagekin initiating onto Dragon here. So I believe the second Dragon of the game for them. Corki actually hops over the wall, looking to force the Caitlyn and Blitzcrank off. They do have a ward in that blue buff, so he did spot them out fairly early in that engagement. Dragon will go down actually to the Janna as Lee Sin misses his smite. Again, guys, looking across the scoreboard here, we're seeing a farm advantage all the way down for Phage Clan, a kill advantage for Phage Clan, a turret advantage for Phage Clan. They are up roughly 18,000 gold over Team Flash Q. Phage Clan looking for their round 1 win here. Flash Q looking to make a turnaround if they can. Of course, if they can't, they'll be going into the secondary event where they may have a better chance of making it through round 1 of play. Seeing Caitlyn go down here in this engagement. Apologize for my distraction there. Apparently, Emmanuel's computer went kaboom. I know them feels, guys. I've had to fix my registry 4 times in the last month just to keep my computer active. Other one, well, I don't know if you guys were here the other week, but I had to, well, reboot it and figure out what was going on with my graphics card because we started loading into load screen and you could see the load screen and then like crazy lines just everywhere around it making... Yeah, anyways, back to the game at hand. Lee Sin will ultimate a Callie almost to safety, but the Orianna Corki combo is enough to finish her off despite blasting her away from his team. That's going to be the 5th turret of the game, going down to Team Phage Clan, now a 5-0 turret. They are sitting 29 kills to 6. Lee Sin begins tanking that mid-lane inhibitor turret. Blitzcrank looking for a grab here. Warren doing a fair amount of damage to the Caitlyn Rengar pair. Blitzcrank will throw his grab, not able to connect onto the 4 summoners in range. Burns his flash to make sure he gets to safety there. Lee Sin looking to come back into this fight, just narrowly avoiding a turret hit for himself. There's Syndra looking to engage onto the enemy team. Rengar continuing that engagement. Valkyrie comes out from the Corki, but Corki will re-engage onto Team Flash Q. We're going to see a Callie go down almost instantly here. Lee Sin looking to get away back to safety, but he does go down to the Rengar. It's going to be a 1-4-1 trade so far in this fight. A heal comes out from the Janna, keeping Orianna safe as the Blitzcrank gets deleted. Maokai off into the top lane, looking to split push down that first inhibitor turret of the game. The remainder of his team looking to take down the mid lane inhibitor turret. Mid lane will have a minion wave get there. Corki, Janna, and the Orianna will get that turret down in almost no time flat. Maokai with about a quarter of that top lane turret's HP remaining. I apologize, top lane turret goes down almost simultaneously to the mid lane turret. Looking now for their first inhibitor of the game, potentially they're going to roam into the bottom lane. Corki taking a huge amount of damage, but the ultimate comes out from the Janna to try and keep him alive. Akali looking to re-engage on his will, ultimate onto the Corki, but Akali goes down to Orianna, not able to finish off the little HP that Corki had remaining. Heal from Janna, as well as her ultimate potentially being a little bit too much there to handle. Ooh, and we're having a huge amount of win reports coming in over the last 2 minutes, seeing about 6 games that have concluded. I apologize, win and loss reports going both ways, so only 2 games have actually concluded there. Looking like Team Dragon Dive and We1GG have both emerged victorious, meaning that Calvin Trolls and Bumba Cluck will be our 3rd and 4th teams getting added into the secondary tournament this evening. Again, guys, that was We1GG, just won their round 1 game. They're going to be facing off against Mother's Rosario in round 2 of play. Dragon Dive has won their round 2 game, meaning they are going to be waiting a little while for the remainder of round 2 games to conclude. Going to see a number of kills come out here as Orianna picks up a double kill. I believe 3 summoners went down in that fight. Phage Clan looking to continue the engagement onto this bottom lane inhibitor turret. Orianna getting extremely low here. Maokai and Janna looking... I apologize, Maokai and Janna are on Orianna's team. Rengar and Caitlyn looking for a kill, but the ultimate comes out from the Orianna and she will pick up a double kill right there. That was an insane play by the Orianna. I think they will be able to pick up this bottom lane inhibitor turret, potentially end the game fairly soon. Maokai will begin tanking this turret, waiting for minions to arrive. He's going to need to get out there fairly quickly. A shield comes out from, I believe, the Orianna ball. Blitzcrank throws a grab, but the minion saves Orianna's life. And the ult comes out from the Blitzcrank. Orianna will go down to Mr. Robot. Again, guys, we currently have 4 teams qualified into the secondary bracket tournament. As soon as we have all 8 teams ready, then we will be releasing that roster for the tournament to begin. I believe that was the first Nexus turret of the game going down. And a triple kill for Corki will come out. I suspect the game is going to end momentarily. Going to be a quadra kill for the Corki. Will we get the pentakill? Gets to the pool. Maokai looks to slow down, takes a little bit of damage from the pool, and there's the pentakill for Corki. A little bit of Phage Clan hype in round 1 of play. What a way to end a game. Lee Sin looking to come back in here. The hexa-kill for Corki as he picks up an ace and jumps into the pool while the Nexus explodes. Alright, seeing a round 1 loss come in here from Team Flash Gaming. They are the 5th team qualified into the secondary bracket tournament this evening. And Team Phage Clan will be moving on into round 2 of play to face off against Faxon Will Dominate. Looking for my invite here. It may already be in... Oh, that's a friend request. Again, guys, that was round 1 of play. Supplies a member of Phage Clan being a little bit intimidated by their next round. He is aware that ninjaken plays for Team Faxon Will Dominate. They are mainly Masters and Challenger tier team. All of those solo queuing being between Masters and Challenger. One of those team members being ninjaken, who Supplies is reminding me is a substitute for the team TSM, who you may or may not be familiar with at this point. Hey, no booster Reno. Again, waiting on that invite into round 2. Not quite sure if I already said that. I believe I did. Repeating myself, I'm a broken record. Also, good hit 556 in the Twitch chat asking how I'm doing. I'm doing alright so far. Looking forward to some good games as we progress through tonight's tournament. Again, round 1 of play was 2 of our lower tiered teams facing off against each other. We had Team Flash Q on the blue side, a mainly silver and bronze team, facing off against Phage Clan, who is a regular tournament participant. Sorry, a regularly competing tournament participant. I believe Flash Q was actually their first time out for an open event, so grats to them coming out for an open event, giving it their all. They do get to continue participating in the secondary tournament, of course, as they were one of the first 8 teams to be eliminated. Seeing a few more win reports come in here as well, looking like a VG Meme Dream Team and Free RP Thanks have both won their round 1 games, or round 2 games, depending where they started. VG Meme Dream Team was against Fujernackle Gaming. Fujernackle Gaming will be, I believe, our 6th team qualified into the secondary event. Let me double check our list here, make sure we've got everybody so far. Indeed, I need to add Team Flash Q into that secondary event. Here we go, meaning they are our 5th team. And Fujernackle Gaming is indeed our 6th team qualifying into the secondary event tonight. That is our 6th match to conclude. Looking like all of our round 1 and round 2 games will be getting played this evening. Of course, we did have 2 that technically got forfeit, but we had 2 teams waiting in the wings, so to speak. And we got to substitute different teams in for the teams that didn't show up, meaning all round 1 games and round 2 games had opponents come in, and those games are getting played. We also had one more win reported here. It was Team Free RP Thanks. They were playing against I Am Chin. So I Am Chin, the 7th team, qualified into our secondary tournament this evening, waiting on just one more round 1 or 2 matchup to conclude now. And then our secondary tournament bracket will be released for everybody planning to participate. Of course, should teams no-show into that secondary event, then the next teams to lose their main tournament games will be added in their places. Looking like I have that invite and I'm just being slow. I do apologize, guys. We're heading into round 2 here. Going to be Faxon Will Dominate on the purple side, facing off against, I apologize, Faxon will dominate on the blue side, facing off against Phage Clan on the purple side. Getting reports that Phage Clan may have been BMing a little bit during round 1 of play. If anybody in Twitch chat noticed that, let me know what I missed there. Things seemed fairly tame throughout the most of the game, aside from a few comments about people disconnecting toasters and whatnot. I mean, I believe it was the blue side claiming to be Smurfs. Sprusse says he has ghost invite powers. Alright, again guys, this is a not-so-stock gaming open bracket tournament heading into round 2 of play here. Getting a question in Twitch chat about the losers bracket. It is the secondary bracket. Nobody is a loser here. I mean, you get a second chance to win, right? Anyways, we have 7 teams currently qualified into that. Once we have the next matchup in the main event conclude, we'll be releasing the rosters, or the teams, going into that secondary bracket. So any team who has currently lost a round 1 or round 2 game is heading into the secondary tournament. Anybody who's won a round 1 or round 2 game is either heading into round 2 or round 3 in the main events. Apologize for my silence there, guys, just talking into the lobby there. Anybody who was paying attention a week or 2 ago, I have a friend who thinks he's pro, thinks he's going to get subbed into one of the main LCS teams someday soon. I think his best rank so far has been D2, not quite got himself up to Challenger, let alone Masters now that it's come out. Of course, I see a lot of promise in a lot of summoners, but he is not one of the greatest, in my opinion, as it's mainly his attitude, though. The reason I was getting the story is he was down talking ninjaken. Everybody here's like, it's ninjaken, sub 4 TSM. I mean, he's been beaten in not-so-stock gaming tournaments, but they always perform fairly well. I mean, we are seeing 2 Masters tier summoners as well as 3 Challenger tier summoners. I believe those are all solo queue ranks. Take a quick look here, see if those are actually their solo queue ranks. Diamond 1 for Sprusse, Challenger in his teams. I suspect that may be the case for Faxon and Duyan as well. Seeing a Masters tier on Faxon, see where Duyan ranks in. Alright, so mainly Masters in the solo queue for these guys. Actually make that all well, we have the 1 diamond one, so not all Masters in the solo queue. Anyways, back to things at hand. 13141314131451 says that he is scared. I would be too in their situation, but again, I'm only a silver summoner. 1314, I'm not going to repeat that, is sitting at Platinum 4, so a little bit better than me, but still not the Diamond Master Challenger tier that he's facing off against. We'll see how their mechanics compare, how their cooperation in general compares, and what ends up becoming of this matchup. Again, guys, waiting on one more round 1 or 2 game to conclude before we can get that secondary tournament underway for you guys. Looking like it's just a game between Dugman, Wonderland, and Penta. No regrets that would have started more or less on time, though that game did start a little bit late due to a team being replaced. That has not yet concluded 4 games that would have started more or less on time. I apologize for getting requests of am I ready in the Twitch chat. Of course I'm ready. I'm just watching. Again, guys, we are now into Champion Select for our Round 2 game. This is going to be Round 2 for NSSG Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. Currently watching Faxon Will Dominate on the blue side and Phage Clan on the purple side. Both of these teams have been competing fairly regularly over the last month. Phage Clan competing a little bit longer than Faxon Will Dominate. Seeing Vayne banned out by Faxon Will Dominate, followed up by a Lee Sin ban from Phage Clan. Of course, anybody who is familiar with ninjaken knows that will be a targeted jungler ban. And a Corki ban coming out from the blue side. Again, that is Faxon Will Dominate, followed up by a Jace ban from Phage Clan. Apologies for my silence there, guys. Just going over a few things in Twitch chat with summoners. Having Good Hit 556 ask me when his screening is going to be, and I completely apologize. I had a crazy week at work this week, which is of course no excuse. I was supposed to be screening in some new shoutcasters this weekend, so potentially tomorrow night, if you're still around Good Hit. I'll be around during the afternoon for a little while. I mean, I'm normally here around 6 o'clock to get ready for events, but I'll make sure I'm here, you know, a couple random times throughout the day, see if I can get a quick conversation with you so we can set something up to do a couple matches together during tomorrow night's tournament, see how you do. Seeing a Lucian picked up here by Faxon Will Dominate, as well as Tristana and Orianna locked in by Phage Clan. Does hand things back over to Faxon Will Dominate, where Nocturne and LeBlanc are being hovered over. Looking like a round 2 team is not currently showing up. That was one of the teams that had a round 1 bye. Indeed, Mother Rosario. Mother Rosario, where are you? Anybody from Mother Rosario in the Twitch chat? If not, the team is going to be disqualified for a no-show coming into round 2 of play. And I apologize for my distraction there, guys. The Nocturne and LeBlanc were locked in for Phage Clan. Again, guys, waiting on an 8th team to lose a matchup in the main event before our secondary tournament can be released. Janna and Maokai will be locked in here for Phage Clan, handing things back over to Faxon Will Dominate. We're going to see a Blitzcrank getting hovered over. This will be the second time we get to see a Blitzcrank played against Phage Clan, second time on the blue side. We'll see if Faxon Will Dominate does any better than Team Flash Q did in round 1 against Faxon. I apologize, against Phage Clan. Speaking of the secondary tournament, I should check my win reports here. Seeing that win report coming in from We Won GG, however, that is a forfeit from their opponents who have not yet shown up for their round 2 game. So Mother Rosario is not going to be added into the secondary tournament as they have not shown up for their round 2 game. Gonna take a quick look over at Twitch chat here once again just to make sure indeed no members from Mother Rosario are trying to get a hold of me as far as I can tell. Again, guys, just waiting on one more match to conclude before our secondary tournament gets itself started. We are seeing the Blitzcrank and a Singed locked in for Faction will dominate, meaning that we have a Lucian Blitzcrank bottom lane. I believe Singed in the top lane, LeBlanc for their mid laner, and a Nocturne in the jungle. For Phage Clan, looking like we have Tristana and Janna as their bottom lane. Orianna in the mid lane with Maokai as the top lane, and Kha'Zix in the jungle. Supply saying that we must be honored to have ninjaken participating in our tournaments. Of course, we love to see high-level players come out, but ninjaken won't make me his friend. I'm sad. Anyways, guys, about 19 seconds here until these guys will be getting into load screen. We'll have 3 minutes of spectator delay, and I've actually finished my water, so I'm going to take that 3-minute period to take myself a quick break, so please bear with that little silence period. We are heading into round 2 of play, watching two fairly strong teams come to this. I mean, the blue side has won previous open bracket tournaments, as well as come in second and a little bit below that a couple of times. They've only been eliminated before the semifinals once that I can recall. So Phage Clan going to need to put up a huge fight here. I mean, they did go 29-6 in their round 1 game, so we'll see if they can repeat that performance or if it's going to be a reversed performance. Speaking of that spectator low and my water that needs to get refilled, I'll be back in 2 minutes and 35 seconds. into this game. A few more seconds than that 235 that I was aiming at, as we were almost with everybody at 100% coming in this load screen. But I am back in time for round 2 of play. Again, guys, this is round 2 at NSSG Open Bracket Tournament. Currently watching Faxon will dominate on the blue side, face off against Phage Clan on the purple side. Seeing a round 2 win report coming in from Penta No Regrets, meaning that Dugman Wonderland is the last team to qualify into the secondary tournament. Give us 2 moments and I will have that bracket released for you guys. I apologize for my half silence, half out of breathness. Running to grab a drink, go to the washroom always takes a little bit more out of me than I would expect. Those 2 flights of steps, too much for my unexercised Dark Corpse body. TMI, I know. Anyways, guys, we are hearing the rift, and I'm now seeing the rift. We are officially into round 2 of play. Just going to shuffle the seeds heading into that secondary event, and the bracket is now good to go. Get the brackets posted back into Twitch chat, where we are seeing a pause come out as we get things started up here. Again, guys, secondary tournament ready to go. Alright, secondary bracket is ready to go, guys. If your opponents don't show up, please let us know. Looking to see what's going on here. We do have a pause coming out. I believe Blitzcrank actually might have not connected. Duyen, are you sitting in the very center of that pit? Unfortunately, as we are paused, I can't move the camera around to find out. I believe this was a blue side pause. Going to double check that indeed. ninjaken pausing the game as the majority of his team leaves the base, but Blitzcrank has not. Though he does have 1 item, not quite sure what's going on. Biak something has resolution problems. That is their LeBlanc. Biak. Yes, I've said it semi-correctly-ish. Apologies again for my silence there, guys. A few more admin issues trickling in as we get through the first round and into the next rounds of play. Of course, I say first round, meaning all of the games that would have started at 7 o'clock. Seeming like this pause timer will begin to tick down. Both teams making their way slowly out of the base. Oriana, the only summoner not to buy items, will purchase those items and now make her way out only 15 seconds into the game. Actually, 11 seconds when she did that. Looking to see if either team is set up for some level 1 shenanigans here. Double check I'm not muted still. Okay, you guys can hear me.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Also, we have 1 last minute, well, 1 late, I guess, roster change to be affecting. We are seeing an invade come out from Faxon will dominate here. Invite seeming like it's going to be fairly successful. They will be spotted out by a site ward from Phage Clan, though. Looking like they could actually back out of this invade. Blue side pin coming around towards the Tri-Bush from purple team. Again, guys, it is Faxon will dominate on the blue side, Phage Clan on the purple side. And the fact that roster change, we're getting myself back into this game as I almost completely missed the invade there. No kills coming out across the board. That was well played by Phage Clan to not get caught out there. Maokai going fairly deep, knowing that the majority, well, the entirety of Faxon is in the bottom half of the map. Seeing another pause come out here, and LeBlanc has disconnected. Biak first with resolution issues, now with who knows what. Apparently they need to restart their router. Going to be at least a 3-minute delay here, I think, unless they have some sort of super-powered restarting router that does it at least 5 times faster than mine does. Again, guys, we are in round 2 of play here. About 30 seconds until the buffs will be spawning onto the map. We have seen 2 pauses come out so far. The mid laner for Faxon having some computer problems. A little bit of DOS chat in the all chat there. Of course, they believe Singed is just kidding around. Singe says script equals free challenger. Maybe that's how they all got their ranking. Someone downloaded the bot. Bot OP. Yes, there are bots to play League of Legends, though they are not recommended, and I don't think they'll get you challenger either. I think they just AFK in the base. At least that's the reports I've seen from them. They're not very fun, not very sophisticated. Though DOS scripts also not very sophisticated, but can be quite fun. Of course, I didn't just say that because DOSing is a terrible thing. Of course, when I say it's fun, I'm not referring to our tournaments or playing League and using it to cheat in the game. I work in the network technology sector, or the IT sector, however you want to look at things. I do a lot of web development in my day job, and dealing with DOS attacks is part of what we do. So I've gotten to see some pretty interesting things, and a lot of people just go crazy when something goes wrong, especially when it's your business's website just being completely removed from the internet map for who knows how long, because you weren't ready to deal with the DOSing. Of course, DOSing in an individual circumstance is a little bit different, where you're just taken out of a game. Of course, it does mean that you lose your residential internet connection, at least for the duration of that DOS, assuming that the network isn't able to handle it. Anyways, that's enough about DOSing, while Vyakukak tries to get her router, or his router, reset. I tend to use my gender bases off of the champion being played, so I'm not intending to call the summoner a female if they're not, or a male if they're not. Just a he, she, his, her. Gotta use some sort of pronoun sometimes. Again, guys, this is round 2 of play for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament, seeing Faxon will dominate on the blue side and Phage Clan on the purple side. Again, guys, we've had a number of games conclude already. We have had a total of 8 games, I do believe, conclude. Our secondary bracket has been released. I'll get the tournament page posted back into Twitch chat for you, where you can check out both the main and secondary tournament brackets. There's also links for the rest of our website from that page. You can check out our future events as well as our team finder. Oh, Singed. That's so BM. Singed says he plays CSGO. This is League, kids. Oh, CSGO hype. Who does that? Come on, Sprusse. Anyways, guys, back to things at hand, or as back to them as we can get, with almost 6 minutes of pause time ticking away here. Still waiting for LeBlanc to get reconnected into this game. Taking a look down these team rosters, and while I do so, I may as well reorder the scoreboard so we can get things going as we get into the game. Kha'Zix is the jungler. Ooh, not a whole lot of reordering required for these teams. Pick orders were almost identical to the scoreboard. We have seen Vyakukak. That name. Either way, LeBlanc has reconnected, and the pause timer is finally ticking down here. We're going to get into this round 2 matchup. Minions officially onto the map here. Blitzcrank and Lucian setting up for a play. They don't have vision there. I'm not quite sure if Blitzgrab can actually reach that tri-bush. I don't think he can land it on Janna from there. But if she does that, he could have. Of course, if they don't have vision, so he's not going to know they're doing that. He's going to look for a blind grab here, potentially. Janna, however, goes to leash the blue buff for Kha'Zix. Tristana heads into the bottom lane. Singe is actually in the top half of the jungle of Phage Clan, stealing their red buff with Nocturne. LeBlanc looking to counter jungle on Phage Clan's half of the jungle as well. LeBlanc abandoning the mid lane, leaving Orianna to free farm in this early part of the game. We'll go for a little bit of damage onto Kha'Zix's blue buff, but I do not believe she managed to steal that. Ping did come out from one of those teams. Blitzcrank will land his grab onto Janna. Lucian not quite able to follow it up with any kind of damage. He'll take a little bit of punishment from the Tristana. Manages to just avoid the turret range as Tristana tries to get a few more auto attacks through. Is fairly successful doing so. Tristana and Lucian both taking a tiny amount of pressure. Singe activating his poison trail will get a bit of damage onto Maokai into the top lane as well. Lucian and Blitzcrank have just hit level 2. Believe Janet and Tristana are both level 1 still. So they are pushing against their turret. They will hit level 2 now, meaning they have evened out the bottom lane. Taking a look at the farm resolution, 11-5 over Tristana currently. Of course, seeing Tristana down a little bit of farm in the early game, not completely unexpected. I think a heal just came out there from Orianna in the mid lane. Again, guys, this is Faxon will dominate on the blue side. Blitzcrank again landing the grab onto Janna. Lucian will come in and pick up first blood on Janna. A great play by the Lucian Blitzcrank pairing right there. It was the second time Blitz landed the grab, second time Lucian tried to come in for it. First time Lucian wasn't able to get any autos onto Janna, didn't have any of his skills available aside from his first level skill, and they managed to get out of that. But the second time Blitz landed his grab into the bush, they were successful picking up first blood for the team. A grab will come out from Singed onto Maokai. Maokai taking a little bit more pressure than Singed in this lane. Singed actually 10 farm above Maokai as well as he pressures the minions onto that turret. Kha'Zix coming up into the top lane for the first gank here. Seeing action in the middle as well. Leash coming out onto Orianna. There's going to be action in the top lane once again, as we were saying. Seeing Kha'Zix continue the pursuit onto Singe, taking a fair amount of damage from the poison trail. Singe down to about half HP. Kha'Zix down to about 300 HP. Maokai in the same situation as the Kha'Zix. Orianna and LeBlanc will continue their engagements in the mid lane. Nocturne looking to come into the mid lane here, potentially will be spotted out by a ward from Orianna though. Orianna looking to make her way back towards it. There's going to be more action in the bottom lane. Knock-up coming out from the Blitzcrank as well as the grab on Janna. Janna will flash away to safety. Action in onto Orianna. Her shield has come out. She is locked down though with Ignite on her. I believe she is going to go down here. Indeed, it's going to be now a 2-0 kill score for Faxon will dominate. Seeing Faxon have about 1.5 thousand gold. Nocturne going full ham onto the Kha'Zix in his jungle. Kha'Zix down about 100 HP here. Does go down to the Nocturne. Almost got myself stuck. Whew. Blitzcrank taking a couple of auto attacks from the Tristana. I believe Lucian has gotten a little bit hooked back onto Tristana for that though. Looking for some pressure onto that bottom lane outer turret. It has already lost about a quarter up his HP. Grab comes out from the Singe. Nocturne comes in for a gank and Maokai will go down for a 4-0 kill score here in favor of Faxon will dominate. Damage coming out from Tristana onto the Lucian. LeBlanc is fairly low in the mid lane for a kill for the Orianna. She will pick it up. LeBlanc overstaying in the mid lane there. Now a 4-1 kill score in favor of Faxon will dominate still. Phage Clan has picked up their first kill of the game in the mid lane. That was well played by Orianna, catching LeBlanc out. Blitzcrank again looking for a grab in the bottom lane here. We'll send a little bit of gold onto Lucian as he last hits with assistance from the Relic Shield. Tristana going a little bit too deep onto the Blitzcrank. A grab will come out as well as his knock-up. However, Tristana will rocket jump to safety with about 300 of her HP remaining. Tristana down 20 farm under Lucian is going to need to begin last hitting a little bit more efficiently here if she wants to maintain any kind of relevance into late game. Well, wants to maintain relevance up to late game. Of course, Tristana being a mid-late game champion, it's normal for her to be a little bit behind in the early game, but she needs to be less than 30 farm behind that Lucian as they leave their lanes. So about 10 minutes to go, and he's already up about 20 farm over here. If he can continue to grow that lead, he'll be in a good position, but if she can lock it up and stay only 20 farm behind, that will be an extremely great performance by the Tristana, and she'll be fairly strong heading into the mid and late games. Singe catching out Maokai here after he throws that grab. Maokai down to about 100 here will use his flash to try and get to safety. Singe not having the grab quite available yet, not going to be able to get in quite close enough to finish off Maokai. Both those summoners fairly low here. We're going to see a gank coming in from both teams. Actually, LeBlanc roaming into the top lane, not a gank from the Nocturne at all. But Kha'Zix is also into the top lane, was looking for a gank there. LeBlanc has been successful taking down Maokai from the top lane, is staying in the top lane, going to engage onto Kha'Zix with assistance from the Singed. LeBlanc ends up tanking the turret here as Nocturne also comes in with result, but LeBlanc down to about 100 HP, taking 3 turret hits there. Will escape with her life though. They do pick up the kill. Lucian Blitzcrank still looking for pressure in the bottom, and the turret's down to about half HP, and a grab comes out onto Tristana. He interrupts her rocket jump with his knock-up as well, and they score the kill on Tristana, making that a 7-1 kill score in favor of Faxon will dominate. Again, guys, Faxon will dominate on the blue side, Phage Clan on the purple side. This is round 2 of play in Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament, where summoners can be ranked from anywhere from level 1 all the way up to 30, unranked all the way through Challenger. And Blanc back into the million. Nocturne coming in for a gank as well. Has not been spotted out by Oriana. She could be in trouble here. Loses about a quarter of HP in the reverse, so she will blow her heal. Back down to half HP after the Ignite is on her. She's going to go down here. Indeed, LeBlanc picks up the kill. Now an 8-1 kill score. Seeing Faxon, who will dominate, make their name come true here. They are dominating this matchup so far. Phage Clan going to be on their heels, looking to make all sorts of comebacks in this matchup. Faxon officially setting up for the first Dragon of the game at the 8-minute mark. Dragon will go down to about half his HP. Tristana and Jenna do not seem to be aware of the Dragon play. Kha'Zix also not looking to commit. This will be a 4-man Dragon for Faxon. Well, for Faxon will dominate. For Lucian's name also Faxon. Not just for him though, for his entire team. Q comes out from the Janna, but even knocked up just the Nocturne there. Janna looking like she will go down here. Culling has come out from the Lucian, and indeed Janna does go down, though it is to the Nocturne. Nocturne sitting at 401, actually has the best KDA on his team. Taking a look at the top lane, Singe is still up about 20 farm over Maokai, though Maokai is doing fairly well in that lane despite being down 2 kills. Grab comes out onto Tristana in the bottom and she rocket jumps to safety. Kha'Zix looking to continue engagement onto Lucian, though Kha'Zix getting fairly low here. Poke comes out from Lucian, not able to connect onto Kha'Zix. Lucian down to about 400 here. Tristana is still healthy. Blitzcrank is in the wing. Janna has returned into lane, though, and Oriana is looking for some roam into the bottom lane. Q comes out from the Janna, will knock up the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank down to about half of the HP. Oriana has made her way into lane. Tristana rocket jumps in. Lucian looking for a little bit of damage. Also, Blitzcrank will run in the opposite direction. He's looking to get himself to safety or just be a distraction to keep Lucian safe. But a Q comes out from the Janna on Lucian. Rocket jump comes through once again. Lucian at about 500 HP here. Looks like they will not be able to pick up Lucian. Takes a moment to stand at his turret and say, "You can't hit me." This happening will come out from the Maokai. Maokai taking a little bit of pressure in this top lane, but Singe is fairly low. I believe he may have just hit the Maokai. Should be taking turret here. Actually did not hit the Maokai. Nocturne comes in from the side. I apologize. LeBlanc comes in from the side and picks up a kill onto Kha'Zix. Q comes in from Janna, not connecting onto the Illusion though, and Nocturne will make his way into the bottom lane, picks up a kill almost immediately onto Janna. Tristana is fairly low here. Nocturne has 2 levels over Tristana right here. Tristana down to 150 HP, and that's a double kill for the Nocturne. Lucian back into the bottom lane now with assistance from the Blitzcrank. Oriana will get knocked. Is going to be a kill secured by Blitzcrank. Maokai re-engaging onto Singe in the top lane. That turret is getting fairly low here, but Singe is down to about 100 HP. Going to see LeBlanc roaming back into the top lane. Singe has gone down. Maokai looking for some damage against LeBlanc. LeBlanc down to half HP. Maokai down to 400 HP. LeBlanc down to 300 HP. Maokai could finish this off, but LeBlanc comes back in and picks up the kill. Now a 14-3 kill score in favor of Faxon will dominate. They've picked up the first turret of the game in the top lane for the first turret. Sorry, the second turret in the bottom lane as well. That is now 2 outer turrets removed from Phage Clan's half of the map. LeBlanc in the top lane. Kha'Zix looking to fall off of that engagement. LeBlanc and Oriana actually fairly even as far as CS goes. Oriana up about 3 creep score over LeBlanc. However, LeBlanc is sitting 4-1-3 to Oriana's 1-3-1. Will have a distinct goal advantage in the mid lane still. Indeed, LeBlanc up about 1,500 gold over Oriana, despite their farm being almost identical. Singe will begin taking turns, overextending here, looking to proxy harm and engage onto the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix and Oriana looking to re-engage onto Singe while Lucian finishes off that mid lane outer turret. Now all 3 outer turrets have been removed from Phage Clan's half of the map. Kha'Zix will go down to a culling from the Lucian. Oriana is still alive and fairly healthy here. Singe and Blitzcrank looking to make action against her though. Singe will take a turret there as minions have been removed. Tristana and Janna coming in from the bottom lane. Now Maokai still in the top lane, potentially looking to split push down that top lane outer turret, while the majority of Faxon is distracted in the mid. Janna does go down to an advance from Faxon, who will dominate though. Faxon looking for their first inner turret right here, and they will be successful taking it down. Turret going down to the last hit from Lucian. Still 4 members of Faxon will dominate in this mid lane. Singed has begun split pushing into the top lane. Maokai has actually entered the mid lane for his team as well, meaning it will be a 4 versus 4 fight until Janna arrives. Knocked on the block actually coming in from behind as Blitzcrank gets engaged on Lucian will come in from the side as well. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 teleport actually coming up from this, and it's going to be a 5 versus 4 fight in favor of Faction will dominate. Kazak's looking to get a safety, but he will be followed up by the flash from Lucian. Lucian picking up that kill. Oriana will get taken down by the LeBlanc as well. It's going to be a double kill for Lucian as Tristana goes down. LeBlanc re-engaging onto the Maokai, picks up a double kill for herself as well. Only Janna remaining alive here. She did not actually make her way back out into that fight in time to assist her team. Has made her way back to that mid lane inhibitor turret. Faction will dominate, looking for a turret here. Lucian will get caught out as he stops to make a... I think that's his taunt, not his laugh, though I'm not 100% sure. A little bit of BM coming out from Faxon right there. The minion wave has been cleared, and that mid lane inhibitor turret is still fairly safe. Just gets a couple of auto attacks onto Lucian in the mid lane. The majority of their team is back into this fight. Janna slowly making her way back out to that mid lane inhibitor turret. Will be a 5 versus 5 fight should it occur. However, we're seeing Singed as well as Blitzcrank begin to recall here. Lucian making his way back to the base as well. LeBlanc already in their base. Nocturne, the only summoner not looking to recall immediately, is looking for some counter jungle right now. Oriana wants to have a dance at the Baron pit. But Faction will dominate. Says Baron's not up, he can't dance with us, and if Baron can't dance, ain't nobody dancing. Maokai gets knocked back up into the Faction will dominate. Mid lane turret will go down. Oriana has getting caught out here as well. Down about 300 HP here. Going to be the second summoner to go down in that fight. Nocturne fairly deep in Phage Clan's jungle. Engaging against the Kazakhs. Kazakhs doing a fair amount of damage to the Nocturne, but he does go down while Nocturne remains at about half of his HP. Janna and Tristana making their way back to this mid lane inhibitor turret. They are the only summoners left alive on their team. 5 seconds for Maokai. 8 seconds for the Oriana. They could lose this turret. And indeed, this will be the first inhibitor turret of the game going down. Potentially the first inhibitor as well for Faction will dominate. Baron on the map in about 10 seconds, I believe. We're going to see Maokai go down before the inhibitor. Inhibitor getting pressured down here by 5 members of Faction will dominate. The inhibitor does go down. Phage Clan not quite able to defend that. And Baron is now on the map. It appears that Phage Clan has admitted defeat here, and they will indeed have a lance and dance party. Sorry, a lap and dance party in their base while they wait for Faction will dominate to end the game. Ninjaken continues being legendary, looking like Faction will dominate, is looking to end the game here. 3 summoners from Phage Clan have just gone down. Kazakh's looking to get at that, but LeBlanc will pick up a double kill. Seeing Nocturne and Singed begin to hammer away on the Nexus turrets. Looking this game could be ending in the next moments here. And this is going to be a 17-minute game in favor of Faction will dominate in round 2 of play for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. Phage looking to re-engage there, but their Nexus has been popped. And again, that is a successful game for Faction will dominate in round 2 of play against Team Phage Clan. Taking a look at the bracket, it appears that Free RP Thanks is sitting in a round 3 slot. That was waiting for that game between Faction will dominate and Phage Clan to conclude. The only round 2 game still underway, the game between the Kazoos and Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. Again, guys, our round 3 game will be getting itself underway momentarily, hoping for a little bit more of a balanced matchup heading into round 3. I believe Free RP Thanks is this guy. I don't know. Let's double check. Team roster for Free RP Thanks. Indeed, IAutoU is on that team. And I believe we've had a no-show in the secondary bracket. And FaZe Clan has just lost a matchup. I believe they are the next team in line. Indeed, Team Flash Q is the last loss I'm seeing reported. Team Penta No Regrets was the win after that, which had their team added in as the 8th, meaning FaZe Clan is the 9th team to have lost their matchup, so they are the team that we should be swapping in here in place of Team Flash Q. Again, guys, swapping out Team Flash Q in favor of Team FaZe Clan in the second tournament, as Flash Q has not shown up for their matchup. They decided to attempt to report FaZe Clan after their first round game for BMing during the matchup, which I didn't see occur. And then they logged out, seeing the summoner that I had on my friends list from Team Flash Q no longer online. Bit of an interesting situation there. Unfortunately, they can't participate in the secondary tournament if they're not online, so FaZe Clan is being swapped in their place, having been the 9th team to lose a main event game. Since IOU is currently AFK, and I don't think anybody from Team Faxon is going to accept my friend requests right now. I'm gonna have to add a second member from... Oh, wait, I have him as well. Haha! Right, apparently I'm coming. Fourth booty, for that booty is a summoner from Team FreeRP, thanks, as well. I remember them messaging me earlier on in the evening saying, hey, you like my name change? That was EOS Zodiac earlier on, I guess. Anyways, waiting for the matchup between Faxon Will Dominate and Team FreeRP, thanks, to get itself started up. Also, I'm going to refresh this window since the secondary bracket's not currently showing in it. There we go, guys. The secondary bracket is currently underway. I believe those first 3 matches have begun. The matchup between Dugman11 and FaZe Clan getting itself underway currently, as we just swapped FaZe Clan in place of the no-show team that was Team Flash Q. Going to attempt to add a few members from Faxon and see what we can have happen here. Actually, I may have Sprusse on my friends list. No, I do not, but I've got an invite from the Sandy one. Is the Sandy one on their team? No, they're not. The Sandy one, I'm sure you are participating in tonight's event, but we have protocols for how we proceed to the game. So we pick a mostly random game in round 1. I picked FaZe Clan tonight because they were the only ones I knew I had on my friends list that had a round 1 game, and they were talking to me about some roster changes, getting ready for the event tonight. So we picked that round 1 game, and they came into round 2, following the winners of that matchup. Faxon Will Dominate has won their round 2 game, meaning we're going to follow them into a round 3 as soon as we can get the invite. So anyone may actually be a member from FreeRP, thanks, and I may have been a little bit confused by that. Indeed, that was the invite I was waiting for, and, oh, okay, I guess I'll stream you guys, jeez. Alright, here we go, guys. This is going to be round 3 of play. Again, guys, this is a not-so-stock gaming open bracket tournament, seeing a mostly diamond team on the purple side here, meaning we should have a bit of a more even matchup coming into round 3. Again, this is the quarterfinals, so the winners of this game will be qualified for at least a minimum of 800 RP for this evening. That is for each of their final 5 participating summoners. Of course, once you reach the semifinals, the worst you can place, even if you lose your next 2 games, is 4th. For each of your summoners is guaranteed 800 RP. Of course, if you make it to the semifinals, I should hope you're aiming to win those next 2 games, heading for that first place finish with 3,200 RP and a triumphant rise skin for your final 5 for a total of 16,000 RP for that winning team. And gave Faxon Will Dominate a little bit of a brief comment / reprimand for their taunt and laugh performance during the last game, though FaZe Clan was fairly up for it and was taunting them right back as much as they could during gameplay. And when I did the purple side here, I said, why not? It's more fun if they taunt us. So we're going to allow them to play how they choose this matchup. Purple side has asked for it. Of course, these teams, I believe, have competed against each other in the past, and if they have not, they've competed at least in the same tournaments and placed fairly well in those events. I recognize both of these teams as previous contenders. Wondering if we're ready to go here. Again, guys, heading into round 3. Just one last round 2 game we are waiting to conclude. I apologize, seeing a win report coming in about 2 minutes ago. Soda Pop and the Dream Stars have emerged victorious over the Kazoos in round 2 of play, meaning they're moving on to face off against Lords of Chaos in round 3. Looking like both teams might be almost ready here. Again, heading into round 3 of play this evening, guys. This is going to be Faction Will Dominate, again, on the blue side, and they're going to be facing off against Free RP Thanks on the purple side. What a team name. I'm going to take a quick look at their team tag, see if we can lower this down. We call them Arplocks. Alright, it's Arplocks on the purple side. Faction Will Dominate on the blue side. Morgana will be the first ban here by Faction Will Dominate. Followed up by a Nocturne ban coming out from Arplox. And Faction opts to ban the Lee Sin away from themselves. Of course, Lee Sin was target banned by Phage Clan in round 2 of play, so that ninjaken couldn't have it. We saw him play Nocturne, which is being target banned against him by Arplox in round 3 of play, and then he's like, I don't need Lee Sin either. Seeing also a Kha'Zix ban follow up the Lee Sin and a Rise ban coming out from Arplox as well. Waiting now on that third ban from Free RP Thanks. Again, this is Faction Will Dominate on the blue side, and Free RP Thanks with the tag of RP Locks on the pro side. Going to refer to them as Arplocks whenever possible. Again, guys, the bans have been Morgana, Lee Sin, and Kha'Zix by Faction Will Dominate, Nocturne, Rise, and Lucian for Arplox. Seeing ninjaken nearly insta-lock the Jarbin 4-pick here, a bit of a utility jungler, a little bit of a different playstyle from the Nocturne, though would be fairly similar to Lee Sin. Of course, I say similar as in his objectives and overall objective of the game, not how he's actually played. And Janna and Tristana being hovered over here by Arplox. I believe we saw Faction Dominate play against a Tristana-Janna combo in their last game. Hopefully Arplox has a little bit better luck than Phage Clan did. Looking forward to an intense matchup in round 3. Again, this is our quarter-finals of play. Getting questions in Twitch chat about why they didn't ban Teemo. That is a very good question. I suspect it's because somebody wants to try and lock him in. Of course, I'm trolling you right there. I'm not quite sure why you'd want Teemo banned out aside from him being the ultimate troll champion. Teemo not really a standard ban at all. Kind of surprised to see Braum and Maokai not being banned out from the games anymore. Those are fairly standard bans. We are seeing, however, the Morgana banned out, which is a very standard ban, as well as Lee Sin. Rise, a fairly high-picked ban, as well as the Kha'Zix here, and Lucian, though Tristana did make it into the game this evening. We've seen Corki and Nami locked in here for Faction Will Dominate. Rumble being hovered over by the Sandy one on Arplox. Swapping out the Rumble pick for an Orianna. We'll see what they go for. Orianna being swapped out for a Wukong. And then IOTU showing a Rumble pick Sandy one, opting again for an Ahri. Seeing Oriana back onto Sandy One, and a few questions coming into Twitch chat about our tournaments. I'll get the bracket link posted back into Twitch chat as well for you guys. But about our tournaments, we do have 3 events per week. We have an open, semi-pro, and amateur bracket, so they are all team events, meaning that you register with up to 8 of your teammates. Of course, only the final 5 participating will receive prizing for their participation. We also have a team finder on our website. If you do not currently have teammates to play with, you can list yourself looking for a team to join, or list yourself looking to form a team, and then potentially interview a bunch of summoners, form up the best team you possibly can. Getting questions coming in here. About restarting this matchup. Alright, I'm a little bit confused about exactly what's going on here. Something about not having the champion looking for the same picks and same bans if they restart the lobby here. I apologize for silence, they're trying to get things sorted out here. Just trying to let IOTA know that they do need to go with the same picks and same bans. We can allow for a restart. Alright, we are back into this champion section, guys. I do apologize for that. I was a little bit confused by those messages coming in. Wasn't quite sure why they were requesting that restart at first. And we do allow for restarts within the first 5 minutes of play, or if issues occur during champion selection. Of course, restarting because of a summoner not having the champion to select for a teammate is a slightly questionable restart, but it's happened. It's back into a round 3 of play here again. They will be selecting the same champions for the teams. Seeing the same bans did come out. Sometimes they choose to randomize those bans, and as long as they don't ban out one of the champions that has been picked, we do allow that. Again, seeing the same champions getting selected here. Art Blocks, I stated they are going to be picking up a Wukong for their last champion, which was not selected. Of course, had they locked that in before dropping selection, we would have forced them to play through on the champion that was actually selected. Alright, and I believe we are good to go here. We're going to lock in the Tristana. Alright, so now that we have gotten through all of the potential weird issues that could occur at the beginning of this matchup, we again have Faxon will dominate on the blue side, and Free RP Thanks, aka R-Blocks, on the purple side. We are seeing a Corki Nami bottom lane pair. 4 Faxon will dominate with, I believe, Twisted Fate in the mid lane, opting for Flash Ghost for his summoner spells. We'll see how that plays out for him. Nar in the top lane with his Teleport Flash, and J4 in the jungle, of course, with Smite and Flash for himself. For our blocks, we do have a Tristana Janna bottom lane. Again, Faxon Dominate played against the Tristana Janna bottom lane in the last round of play. They did fairly well for themselves. We'll see how this Tristana Janna pairing manages to play. Looking like Oriana in the mid lane for our blocks with Rumble as their top laner. And it's going to be Wukong in the jungle. Just 7 seconds remaining for summoners to finalize their champions, runes, masteries, and summoner spells. And then we'll be into 3 minutes of spectator delay before we can get onto the Rift for this quarter-finals matchup. Brand Howell in the Twitch chat, a huge fan of the Teemo, talking about those Teemo pentakills. No Teemo coming into this game, unfortunately. Would love to see somebody try and play some Teemo top at this level of play. Again, these are all Diamond Summoners on the purple side, with all Diamond Masters and Challenger tier Summoners on the blue side. I believe that actually none of them are our challenger in the solo queue, though we do see 3 challengers in the 5v5 team ranking. Again, guys, we've had Corki and Nami selected for Faction Will Dominate as their bottom lane pair, going to be playing against a Tristana Janna pair for Arplox. In the mid lane, we're going to have Twisted Fate versus Orianna. Again, Twisted Fate for Faction Will Dominate, Orianna for Arplox. Top lane matchups are going to be Gnar versus Rumble, both of those summoners opting for teleport into the top lane. Gnar playing on Faction Will Dominate, Rumble playing for free RP thanks. In the jungle, we're going to have Jarvan 4, again on the blue side, that is Faction Will Dominate, and Wukong playing for Arplox on the purple side. Taking a look at these team compositions, Faction has a huge amount of tank coming out from the Gnar and Jarvan 4. I mean, we've seen a tri-tank meta come and go over the last few months, but with just those 2 champions, I think they'll be quite successful, absorbing large amounts of damage. Nami with a decent amount of crowd control, Corki with his escape, and Twisted Fate with a huge amount of mobility as well. Will be a great team composition for all-in fights as well as looking for picks. On the purple side, we do have the Tristana Janna bottom lane with Wukong in the jungle, Orianna as their mid laner, and Rumble in the top lane. Not quite as heavy on the tank, so with a little bit more damage potential, I do believe. Rumble and Wukong looking to build off tank for their team, if not full tank onto that Rumble. Orianna doing the majority of the damage while Janna tries to keep her team healthy from her kit. Tristana also looking to assist Orianna, doing as much damage as possible. Again, a fairly great all-in composition here, as well as great for split pushing with the Wukong and Rumble available. Getting a question in Twitch chat of, do I think Teemo takes drugs? Well, with all the shrooms he's dropping, I would imagine he occasionally, decides to eat one himself. Therefore, that this stream is messing up. Things seem alright to me so far. Refresh your window, let me know if that fixes it. Anybody else in the Twitch chat, let us know if we're having any kind of quality issues there for you as well. And we have just 1 second remaining here, and we're going to be into load screen. I apologize, I just bashed the crap out of my microphone. Apparently the glitch in the stream was that it was still stuck in the picks and bans. We do have a 3-minute spectator delay period where we are forced to sit there and look at those picks and bans before we can get ourselves into the load screen and then onto the Rift. Of course, these summoners have been playing this game for about 3 minutes so far, meaning I'm going to be loading in at the 0-second mark. Of course, that is a riot enforced delay for all spectated games. Again, guys, heading into the quarterfinals of tonight's tournament. This is a not-so-stock gaming open bracket tournament. Summoners can be anywhere from level 1 all the way up to 30, unranked all the way up to Challenger. We're heading into round 3, the quarterfinals of play. Faction Will Dominate on the blue side, facing off against... Oh. Sorry, the skin music just threw me off there completely. Facing off against RP Thanks, aka Arplox, on the purple side. The purple side ping come out towards the middle portion of the river, potentially looking to set up to defend against an invade or looking for a setup for an invade for their team. Seeing 4 members of Faction Will Dominate make their way onto the bottom half of the map as well. Nami also heading directly down the mid lane. They're looking for an invade once again, potentially. Seeing Arplox set up in the way of Faction's entry path there. The Lance will come out from the J4 a little bit before coming out from the Corki as well as Tristana here. Going to see both teams intersecting. Janna has spotted out Jarvan 4 as he tries to come out through the blue buff pit. J4 has been successful dropping a ward onto the purple side of the map. Once again, this is Faction Will Dominate on the blue side and Arplox on the purple side.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
A little bit of a lull here as both sides look to keep their jungles safe. Oh, lol Nexus won't pull up the game for me. What is this? See if I can grab it from iAuto you. Nope. Apparently, according to LolNexus, this game it doesn't exist. I was going to post that game into Twitch chat for you guys so you could see the exact ranks that we're looking at for these two teams, what kind of matchup we have at hand, how they play these champions potentially, get a little bit more info about these summoners and these teams had you wanted to, but it's just not going to cooperate despite us seeing them in their game. LolNexus is like, nope, there's no game here. Corki and Nami are standing on a purple side ward. I think a second where actually had to come out into that bush from the Tristana, letting them know they were spotted. Tristana and Jen looking for a leash onto the blue buff for the Wukong. Appears that J4 has started in the top half of his map with Gnar to leash for him. Will be getting his blue buff as well. Of course, most summoners opt to start in the bottom half of the map where both of their bottom laners are available to leash. Seeing J4 start with his blue could be an interesting change-up for this matchup. Apologize for not yet reordering this scoreboard. We do have J4 in the jungle, Gnar in the top lane, Nami as the support. Looks like Faxon is now lined up. And we're good for our blocks as well. Tristana gets caught out by a Nami. Well, Nami gets as much poke onto this Tristana as possible, but Janet keeps her fairly healthy through that. So we had a few more win reports trickling in while we were getting this matchup set up. I do apologize for any delays getting those effects on the bracket. Gnar engaging onto Rumble as well. Taking a look here, we've had Team No Regret win their round 2. We are here with that. Faction won their round 2. Sodapop won their round 2. We were aware of those. Team Dragon Dive reporting they have won their round 3 game against We Won GG. Congratulations to Dragon Dive, the first team qualified into our semi-finals for this evening. I apologize, I'm missing a little bit of action here. Better poke coming out from the Janna. After Dragon Dive, Team I Am Chin has won a matchup. I believe that is in the secondary tournament. Rumble engaging onto Gnar. There gets a little bit of damage out, but not a whole lot of action in that top lane right now. I do apologize for my distraction here, guys. Just updating the brackets for everybody. BG Meme Dream Team has also won their round 3 game, and Penta No Regrets reporting the same situation, meaning we have one... Wait a minute. One of those should be a loss. Round 3 win for both teams in the semifinals. This could be the team that's reporting the BM from their opponents. What are you... Oh my god. I apologize, guys, for my distraction. I just told somebody to screenshot us, to send us a screenshot of the BMs occurring, and they decided to screenshot our Twitch chat channel, and me telling them to do that and send it to us. Not quite sure what that accomplishes. Apologies for my distraction there, guys. A few admin issues trickling into the Twitch chat. I will get back to the game at hand. Wukong heading up into the top lane for a gank for our blocks onto that Gnar. See if Rumble and Wukong will be enough to finish off Gnar at this early point in the game. Looking for first blood here. Gnar's down to about half of his HP. Sprusse looking like he will get out of that with half of his HP remaining, though. TF getting a little poke onto Orianna, and then Orianna looking to exchange as much damage there as potentially possible. Oh, indeed, the screenshot was a dual monitor. I do apologize for that. There's going to be action in the bottom lane, though. We're going to see Corki take a huge amount of pressure, but maintain his presence in the lane. We're going to see J4 backing from that bottom lane. Bush actually looking to cancel that recall, re-engage onto Janet. Janet burns for a flash to get back into safety. Huge action into the bottom, and J4 and Rumble getting into the Rumble will be the first to go down in that fight. J4 does go down as well. They're going to be Corky also off of them at a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Arplox right there. Alright, so it appears that the purple side won the matchup between VG Meme and Penta No Regrets, meaning Penta No Regrets, who should have been on the purple side, will be getting advanced into the semifinals. Going to double check those rosters were on the correct sides for that matchup, though. Also seeing a round 1 win coming in from Team Calvin Trolls, that is in the secondary tournament. I do apologize for my distractions from the matchup at hand, guys. We have seen 2 kills go down so far, 2 of those in favor of... I apologize, 4 kills go down so far. 2 of them in favor of Phage Clan, 2 of them in favor of Faxon Will Dominate on the blue side, 2 of them in favor of Arplox on the purple side. Both Arplox kills occurring in the bottom lane. Not quite sure about the Faxon kills. Looking like Rumble went down in the top lane, Tristana in the bottom lane as well. I apologize, both those happened in the bottom lane as Rumble teleported down for that last major fight. So all of those kills occurring in the bottom lane so far this evening. Our pressure in the top lane is up about 30 farm over Rumble right now, doing extremely well in this top lane. I'm looking for more pressure against Rumble. Will throw his boomerang, takes a turret hit for it though. J4 clearing a slight ward from the mid lane bottom half bush. Wukong coming in from the top half of the mid lane as well. TF could be in trouble here. Burns his flash out of that, I do believe. J4 looking to re-engage in the mid lane. I apologize, going for his wraiths. Rumble has just hit level 8, meaning he's a level up on the Rumble in the top lane. Rumble down to about half HP, has been slowed by the Boulder Toss. Rumble looking to re-engage onto those minions, get as much farm here as he can. Boulder Toss missing Rumble in the top lane. Nar still looking for as much pressure as possible here. It's going to be huge action. Ping's coming up for the side as blue side sets up for a dragon play. I believe this is going to be the first dragon play of the game. It's going over to Faxon Will Dominate, or being initiated by Faxon Will Dominate, I should say. See if Arplox can contest it, but indeed it is going to be going down to Faxon Will Dominate as Jarvan 4 lands his smite onto that dragon play. Orion and Wukong heading back up towards the mid lane here. Potentially we're in range to contest it, but nobody decided to come into that 4 versus 4 fight. Nar still looking for more pressure in the top lane here, doing fairly well for himself. Rumble still sitting down a bit. 30 farm is not allowing Nar to increase his farm lead, though he is getting a little bit of pressure against that top lane outer turret. Corky and Nami doing the same thing in the bottom lane, though Corky is about 40 farm up on the Tristana. Nar re-engaging onto Rumble in the top lane. Rumble will begin to initiate back onto the Nar. Both the summoners down to about half HP. Wukong looking for a gank into the top lane currently. And Nar will go down to the gank from the Wukong. That's extremely well played by Arplox. And a pause is going to come out here. Not quite sure what's going on. Looks like the pause was started by the blue team. Haha. J4 says sec. Not quite sure what's being delayed for, but we are being delayed momentarily. Potentially some lag spike issues, or somebody needing to run and grab themselves a drink. Who knows exactly what occurred there, but it is an appropriate time for a pause, I believe. It looks like a little bit of action in the bottom lane, potentially, though likely more or less just farming out down there. So no huge action on the map, meaning they are allowed to pause as they need. Again, guys, 11 minutes into play here. We've seen 5 kills go down so far. Our block's actually up 1 kill over Faction Will Dominate, though they are down 2,000 gold. No turrets have yet gone down, but the top and bottom lane outer turrets on our blocks, that is the purple side of the map, are getting fairly low. I believe mid lanes are fairly even so far. Taking a look at their farm, Orianna actually out farming TF so far. Again, guys, we are paused here. I do apologize for my silence. I'm getting reports that I put the wrong teams as the winners. Going to attempt to verify everything is on the up and up here. I did have a screenshot of that game. Going to verify these team rosters. Seeing Kraz, Sumir, Egg Atlas, Shadow Asian Boy, and Dubé as defeated, with Zach T. Hawaii, Dylan Francis Artisans, Owl, Amity, and Fossil on the winning team. Going to verify which team is which there. I do see VG Meme Dream Team as the winning team, guys. If you're in Twitch chat trying to troll me, you're going to get yourself banned. Oh, I'm stupid. I thought you said I put BG Meme Dream as the winners. I was like, yeah, that's who I see as the winners, but I did put Penta No Regrets as the winners, and it is BG Meme Dream Team who won that matchup. I apologize. Ooh, pause timer still ticking down here as well. About 4 minutes of pause timer has expired. And we're seeing the pause timer finally tick down here. We're going to get back into this match again. We are in the quarter final as we play about 11 minutes into this game. We are seeing our blocks up 1 kill over Faction Will Dominate with a 2-3 kill score in their favor. Again, it is Faction Will Dominate on the blue side with our blocks on the purple side. Seeing Faction Will Dominate with roughly a 2,000 gold here. Corki's back will get stopped by the Janna. Tristana going to rocket jump in. Ultimate comes out from the Nami as well as from the Janna, blasting Corki back into range for the Tristana. Heal comes out from the Corki that it keeps alive. TF goes down in the mid lane as Orianna goes full ham underneath his turret. Camera swapped over as he hit 25 HP, and she had one more skill or auto attack there to finish him off. Janna and Tristana spot out 2 site wards here, looking to pick up both of them. They are successful clearing out both of those wards in the bottom lane. Seeing Artblock sitting up 4 kills to 2 currently over Team Faxon will dominate. Again, guys, Faxon will dominate a mainly Masters tier team. Artblock's a mainly Diamond tier team. A fairly high level match, has been fairly intense so far. Remembering that though, Artblock is up 2 kills over Faxon. They are down by 2,000 gold. Seeing 3 members of Artblock into the bottom here. Thought it was 4 for a moment, but it was just the Wukong clone making me a little bit confused. Oriana and Rumble in the top lane. So Rumble taking pressure from Gnar in that top lane. J4 looking for a counter gank there. Will actually fall off of that as Wukong also leaves the lane. Seeing J4 look to roam back into the mid lane here potentially, or re-enter his jungle. Gnar looking to re-engage onto Rumble. Rumble re-engages onto the Gnar instead though. Rumble once again forced in behind his turret. The turret down to almost half of its HP currently. Rumble looking for as much farm as possible. Still sitting down about 30 farm under the Gnar. Has not let Gnar grow that farmily, though has not been able to shrink it either in the last 5 minutes of play. Taking a look into the bottom lane, Corki about 40 CS over the Tristana, doing fairly well for himself despite Tristana being up 2 kills. I apologize, has no kills. Both of Summers in the same situation though. Nami has 2 kills. I've seen Corki indeed go down here to the Wukong. Not handing that kill over onto the Tristana could be a mistake. Janna picks up the Nami kill as well. This is going to be support Tristana for Artblocks. Oh, what a situation for the purple team. Up 6 kills. All of them, I believe, occurring in the bottom lane, aside from the one onto TF in the mid lane. There's not a single kill onto Tristana. Tristana could be hurting a little bit for the gold right now, seeing her sit only 500 above the support and actually below all the other carries, including her jungler. Gonna see TF into the top lane. We're gonna have Rumble get locked down here. TF actually came in behind Rumble's turret, did a fair amount of work there, but Rumble will succeed in getting himself out of that situation alive. Rumble beating the back here could lose that top lane outer turret, though Minion Wave will reach it. Wukong and Janna both heading towards the top lane, Pink coming out into the mid lane turret for Oriana, I believe. We're going to see this top lane turret go down before any summoners from Team Artblocks are able to respond. Spear comes out from the Twisted Fate, and he will begin to recall from the top lane Tribush. Looking like we have a few more win reports coming in here as well. Team first place or bust. Sorry, team first place or bust has emerged victorious in a matchup in the secondary tournament. Now just waiting on the game between Dugman, Wonderland, and Phage Clan for the semifinals of that event to officially be all underway. And of course, the game between Calvin Trolls and I Am Chin, the first semifinalists qualified, should already be underway. In our main event, we have 2 semi-finalists qualified currently. Currently watching the game between Faxon will dominate and Free RP Thanks, also known as Artblocks, as a third quarter-final game. And we have Soda Pop and the Dream Stars facing up against Lord of Chaos as that last quarter-finals game. Both of those games leading up into the same semi-finals bracket, meaning Dragon Dive and VG Meme Dream Team, the first 2 teams to emerge victorious from the quarter-finals, should currently be facing off in their semi-finals matchup. Twisted Fate getting fairly low in the bottom lane. We're going to have all 5 members of the purple side in this bottom lane right now. Wukong sitting a little bit back here. Will get caught out. No, will be engaged onto by the Corki, but not caught out here. Sean looking to come back into the bottom lane onto Corki as well. Seeing Artblocks look to set up for a dragon play here. Tristana is not with him. Corki not with the remainder of her team either. Gnar in that top lane still does have teleport available to him, but is going to look to roam his way into the bottom lane. Not quite sure if that dragon has gone down. The camera has no clue. Okay, dragon is still on the map. Tristana and Janna being forced back onto their half of the map as well in the bottom lane. Corki looking to continue that engagement. Tristana down to 200 HP. Corki continues the engagement now onto Janna, though, as Tristana makes her way to safety. Going to be action in the mid lane as Wukong goes full ham. J4 will go down in that fight. Wukong getting fairly low here, but Twisted Fate goes down first. That was extremely well played by the purple side once again, looking to bring themselves back into this game. Despite being up 8 kills to 2, they are still down 1,000 gold under Faction will dominate. Seeing Corki go down there as Exhaust comes on to Tristana, looking for a double kill here, and she will pick up that double kill, the first 2 kills for Tristana in this game. Our blocks will now set up for their dragon play. Gnar is in position to try and contest this. Throws the boulder over the wall, but it does not connect and is too early to make the difference. Vision Ward will spot out the side ward from the enemy team in the pixel bush for our blocks. Wukong will use his sweeper to take out a side ward from the enemy team once again in their side of the map behind the Baron pit. Again, it is our blocks on the purple side. Faction will dominate on the blue side. Faction will dominate up one turret to 0. I believe they are tied in dragons at 1 apiece, seeing a 10-2 kill score in favor of our blocks. Twisted Fate getting extremely low there will go down as Tristana rocket jumps in onto him. Gnar being focused out, he will burn his flash. You get to see he turns around and throws a house at the Tristana. I apologize on the skin, it is only a boulder. Not quite sure what Gnar's skin it is, or if Gnar has multiple skins even at this point. But there is one where his boulder toss does throw part of a house. It's a little brick building instead of a giant boulder. We're getting fairly low in that melee. We're going to see our blocks begin to back off this. Wukong will engage onto Corki in the bottom lane. Wukong doing fairly well for himself, sitting 4-0-3 for his team so far. We'll make that 5-0-3 as Corki goes down. After defeating Phage Clan in round 2, Faction will dominate. Could have been a little bit complacent coming into this matchup. We are seeing them now down 1,000 gold, down 12 kills to 2. Faction will dominate doing a great job of maintaining CS advantage in the bottom and top lane. Mid laners, their TF has not done so well this matchup, sitting down about 50 farm under the Orion, sitting at 0-3 as well. They're going to need to make some plays as we have reached the mid game and as we approach the late game. Of course, playing against Tristana in the late game can be difficult, but they do have J4 and Gnar, both of those fairly late game champions. The Corki and Twisted Fate should do alright carrying into the late game as well. Looking to see if Faction will dominate can turn this around. It is still fairly close in the gold score, despite them being down as far as they are in kills. Faction Dominant looking to clear the Vision Ward out of the Dragon side pixel, which are successful taking it down around, looking for some poke there. Is not going to land it though. Rumble making his way back from the top lane. We have actually had 2 turrets now go down from our block, so despite being up 12 kills to 2, they are now down 2 turrets to 0. The top and bottom lane outer turrets being removed from the map on the purple side. Again, guys, this is the quarterfinals of play. A matchup on hand is Faction will dominate on the blue side, and they are facing off against Free RP Thanks with the tag of RPLOX on the purple side, and referring to them as R blocks during engagements. Seeing Gnar engage onto the Orianna, but he will eat a Q from the Janna. Janna ult will come out, not quite enough to keep them safe, as Janna will get taken down by the Nami ultimate. I apologize, not taken down, but locked down by the Nami ultimate. Actually, quite enough to keep them safe as far as that Janna ultimate was concerned. Teleport coming through, actually cancelled from the Rumble. Rumble continuing to push in onto the top lane, looking for a split push here. Ultimate will come out from the Jarvan for looking to continue his damage. He has had exhaust used onto him. Wukong looking to get his way to safety. Ultimate coming out from the Corki, not able to connect onto any of the 3 summoners that should have just hit. An unfortunate positioning there for Faction will dominate, though it is going to net them a 3rd turret in this matchup. Our blocks did just definitely lose that team fight, having lost their turret after being forced off it. They didn't lose any summoners, and their summoners playing very safe here, looking like they could lose an inner turret as well in that melee. A huge advance for Faction will dominate, has nearly evened out the gold score. Faction will dominate now down only 200 gold, despite being down by 10 kills. We have a 4-0 turret score for Faction will dominate, a 12-2 kill score for our Plox. We'll see what translates into what as this game progresses. We have just passed the 20-minute mark as we approach the 22-minute mark here. Suspect as we hit 30 and maybe even 40 minutes into this game, things could flip-flop back and forth a lot, looking for our Plox to pick up as many turrets as they can. Faction Dominate to pick up a few kills for themselves, so focusing objectives has been working so far. We'll see if the objective focus, despite not picking up any kind of kills for themselves, will be enough for them to win this matchup, or if our Plox's kills will translate into skills and wins, as they'll be able to pick up an ace potentially and then walk in and clear out 2, 3, and even maybe an inhibitor as well with those turrets. Of course, we are still fairly early in this game, so that is not yet the situation. Faction Dominate does appear to have an advantage, managing to maintain an even goal score while being down by 10 kills. Our Plox were looking for a huge siege into the mid lane, but they have been forced off of it. Wukong going to come into the mid lane here as well. Sweeper will be blown into the Dragon side Pixel Bush. Dragon back on the map in about 10 seconds here. Will be heavily contested by both teams. We'll see who decides to initiate this fight, who decides to initiate the Dragon, who goes down first, and how this plays out. Wukong initiates onto the Rosgar. Apologize, onto the Gnar. Rosgar, a summoner from one of the other participants that likes to main a Gnar. Get to see him come out in the semi-finals and finals occasionally, catching them even earlier on in events sometimes, as we have with this team as well. Going to catch Faction Dominate in round 2. We are seeing our Plox forced away from the Dragon objective. Looks like J4 will initiate onto it. Again, our Plox suffering no casualties during that engagement. They do feel defeated, not confident enough to come in and contest the Dragon. That's going to secure Faction Dominate roughly a 1,000 gold lead for their team. They're up 4 turrets and now 1 Dragon with a 2-1 Dragon score in this matchup. Looking for this bottom lane inner turret. Only Tristana in range to contest it. Gnar going to go full ham, gets a little bit of damage onto Tristana potentially, but he does actually miss that poke as he does not begin taking turret hits. The inner turret will go down to a last hit from the Twisted Fate. Now a 5-0 turret score in favor of Faction will dominate. Hey, Bakaya Bowling 777 in the Twitch chat. One of my admins has returned. Again, guys, we are in the quarterfinals of play here tonight. This is round 3. We still have 2 round 3 games underway, though 2 round 3 games have concluded, meaning we have 2 semi-finalists already qualified this evening. That semi-finals game should be underway currently. The winners of this matchup will be facing off the winners of the matchup between Soda Pop and the Dreamstars, facing off against Lords of Chaos. So still 2 unknowns heading into our semi-finals matchup. Rumble looking for a turret in the top lane. Not quite enough damage to take it down, though he does have a decent amount of minion pressure. J4 has responded. I believe that turret will remain on the map through this. Rumble making his way back there, has been spotted out by the Gnar. TF going to gate up. TF down to about 500, half of his HP in that fight. Rumble down to about 300 HP. Janna going to come in from behind, looking for an ultimate here from the Janna to keep him alive. But it's not even needed. Not sure if it was available. Indeed, it was available, but was not needed. A great use of her kit by the Janna to get Rumble to safety while maintaining her ultimate for later use in this occurring team fight. Ultimate comes out from the Nami. Wukong taking a huge amount of pressure here. Wukong will go down. It's going to be a shutdown for the Corki. Ultimate coming out from the J4. Going to be a double kill for Corki as the Janna goes down. Potentially a triple kill here as Orianna has one as well, but J4 picks up that kill. And we're now going to have a 5-man Baron engagement from Faction will dominate the 25.5-minute mark of this game. Faction will dominate, looking to make their name become true once again, looking to begin to dominate this matchup despite being down by 7 kills. They have picked up 2 dragons to 1, 5 turrets to 0, and are picking up the first Baron of the game uncontested. Seeing 3 members from Faction Dominate recall from the mid lane. Rumble in the top lane looking for his Golem camp for a little bit of additional gold. Tristana also recalling from the bottom lane. 7 runners from our Plox make their way out into the mid lane, looking to relieve a little bit of pressure there. in the mid and bottom lanes. They've lost both of their their inner turrets. Their inhibitor turrets being now exposed, but still on the map. Top lane still has that inner turret. Arplox has been unsuccessful taking any turrets from Fax and will dominate. They are now 12 kills to 5. They were earlier 12 kills to 2, doing extremely well throughout the early game, at least as far as the kill score was concerned. They were slightly behind in gold the majority of the matchup. They did even things out, actually picks up a little bit of a gold lead, which has been once again reversed in favor of Fax will dominate. Nami blows her sweeper into the bush behind the Baron pit and picks up a sight ward. Again, seeing roughly a 5,000 gold lead right now for Team Faxon will dominate. Not quite sure what they're opting to do with their Baron here, looking to wait out a play potentially. Of course, they should have roughly 3/4 of that Baron buff remaining, so still lots of time for them to make those plays. Looking for a top lane inner turret, I believe. We're seeing all 5 of the members rotate into that top lane. 5 members of Arplox in their base looking to keep their inhibitor turrets alive. It's going to be advanced down the top lane as they do have a little bit of minion pressure. Arplox has a bit of minion pressure in the bottom lane currently. They could pick up a bottom lane outer turret to minions. Pressure in the top lane has been released, but there are still 5 members of Faxon who will dominate, looking to siege down this top lane inhibitor turret. Going to see an engagement breakout here. Wukong going a little bit ham beyond that turret. Nard fully tanking this turret, getting fairly low here though, down to about 500 HP. The fight will continue as J4 uses his ultimate. J4 down to 100 HP. Does go down. Going to be another kill going over for Arplox. Something comes out from Jenna, not quite enough to keep Wukong alive. Rumble also going down to double kill for the Corki. Corki picking up his second double kill of the game in that fight, going to be a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Faxon will dominate. Seeing a shield come out onto that turret as minions get into range. Minions are still in range. They're getting a huge amount of pressure onto this turret. Turret down to just below half HP, down to about 1/4 of its HP. But Faxon will dominate has been forced off of that top lane inhibitor turret, looking to re-engage it. Gnar will begin to face tank that turret while Corki tries to finish things off. Indeed, they will be successful in that 4 versus turret engagement. Janna was there trying to contest it as well. On a side note, Arplox has managed to take down that bottom lane outer turret with just their minion pressure as predicted. So it's now a 7-1 turret score. 13-7 is the kill score. We're seeing Faxon dominate with roughly a 7,000 gold. There are also 2 dragons to 1 and a Baron to 0. Again, guys, it is Faxon will dominate on the blue side, and they're facing off against Free RPTX on the purple side. Been calling them Arplox, as that is their team tag, and a little bit faster to say. That's going to be the 3rd dragon of the game going down in favor of Faxon will dominate. Looking for pressure in the mid lane potentially here. Rumble is recalling from the top lane. He's exerting a bit of pressure into that top lane. I don't believe they're going to have enough minion pressure though to take down that top lane outer turret quite yet. They have lost their top lane inhibitor turret, but they have not yet lost that top lane inhibitor. Janna was fairly successful keeping that at least alive for her team. Of course, there were 4 members of Faxon will dominate available to attempt to finish it off. Not quite sure if they would have been overstaying had they tried, and if Arplox was planning to ambush those 4 members and finish things off, or if they chose to back and just remain safe, leaving the inhibitor slightly on the map slightly longer. Seeing J4 pick up the red buff from the purple side of the map. Rumble, Janna, as well as Orianna and Tristana, and all 5 members of Arplox in this upper half of the jungle looking to defend this. Faxon will dominate, looking to siege down into the top lane where only the inhibitor is available. All members of Arplox will stand in this bush as they have cleared out all the wards from it. At least they believe they know they've cleared out all the wards from it. Tristana going to stand just behind the bush looking to re-engage onto this now. They're going to be behind the members of Faxon will dominate. J4 coming in from behind, then it locks up 4 members of Arplox. Orianna is the first to go down here. J4 also going down in this fight. Wukong looking to make his way to safety. Rumble also trying to get out of that fight. Janna will go down as well. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Faction will dominate. They have 4 team members looking to siege down on this inhibitor right now. TF actually going to go full ham looking for a Rumble killer. Picks up 2 turret hits for it, and the inhibitor will be going down. Seeing a round 3 win reported for Dugman Wonderland. That was a secondary tournament game, so that is a round 1 win for Dugman Wonderland. We will affect that on the bracket for you guys. I assume that's what the questions in Twitch chat were about. We're going to see this Nexus turret dropping though to Faxon will dominate. Faxon will dominate, however, being forced out of Arplox's base here, I believe. Nami and Corki getting fairly low, as well as the Gnar, not all that healthy right now. Again, that was the last first round game in the secondary tournament to conclude, meaning all those semi-finalists are now qualified in. Those matches are free to begin. Waiting still on 2 round 3 games in the main event. That is our quarterfinals to conclude for our semi-finals to officially begin. Seeing Orianna go down to the Corki. Corki picking up a double kill as Wukong goes down as well. Now a 15-13 kill score still in favor of Arplox, so they are down 12,000 gold. Fax will dominate, making their comeback here. At least as far as kill score is concerned, they've been more or less even, if not up, in gold the entire matchup. They are currently 8 turrets to 1, 3 dragons to 1, 1 baron to 0. Again, all of those in favor of the blue side. Faxon will dominate. And I'm seeing a round 3 win report coming in from Soda Pop and the Dream Stars, meaning our last round 3 game underway. This is the one we have on the stream currently. All 3 other semi-finalists have been determined for our main event, so congratulations to Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. An unfortunate situation for Lords of Chaos being eliminated just before the prizing. Of course, we won GG, as well as Penta No Regrets in the same situation there. Always sucks to lose in the quarterfinals, but there's always next week. Seeing Arplox look to relieve some pressure from their side of the map there. They are, or should be aware, Baron's on the map. Seeing Janna drop a side ward into the pit, so they are now definitely aware that Baron is once again available. Sweeper has been utilized by the Jarvan for, but he's only going to spot out a vision ward which he would not have needed to use the Sweeper for. Sweeper being used by the Wukong, spots out only his own sight ward there. Faxon will dominate, potentially looking to set up for a Baron play here, just looking to farm out on the Wraith. Can't get a little bit of a gold advantage there, though we are seeing her sit down about 3,000 gold under the enemy team Corki. Again, Faxon will dominate on the blue side, Arplox on the pro side. Gnar engaging fairly heavily into the bottom lane, gets counter-engaged by the Wukong. Wukong going to fall off of that engagement, potentially knowing that there are 3 members of Faxon will dominate on the Baron right now. Baron down about a quarter of its HP, indeed Baron will go down here. That's going to be the second Baron of the game in favor of Faxon will dominate. Free RPTX has been doing fairly well so far in this matchup. They picked up a huge advantage, at least as far as kill score was concerned, in the early game, which has more or less been negated. As we are now into the late game, seeing them down 8 turrets to 1, 2 Barons to 0, 3 Dragons to 1 as well. Faxon will dominate is remaining true to their name once again. A little bit of a slow start, but indeed this is going to be a domination, I believe. Of course, Arplox could find a way to ace them and waltz right into their base, ending the game. Death timers are getting so long as we get towards the 40-minute mark. It's going to be the second inhibitor on Arplox's side of the map going down. Gnar engaging onto the bottom lane inhibitor turret, looking for all 3 inhibitors here. However, the top lane inhibitor has just respawned back onto the map. Going to the bottom lane inhibitor going down again. 2 Faxon will dominate. J4 going to go full ham under that last Nexus turret. Last Nexus turret down to about half of its HP here. I believe Wukong going to get deleted from the map. Ultimate comes out from the Nami. Orianna has also gone down in this fight. Rumble looking to get to safety. Tristana and Janna the only defenders there with that Rumble. The Nexus turret will go down. This looks like it will indeed be the game for Faxon will dominate. Don't think that Arplox can contest this. Indeed, it will be the Nexus going down. Arplox going home in round 3, the quarterfinals of play. Again, just before the prizing. Fax will dominate, the last team to qualify into the semifinals. All teams now remaining are guaranteed RP prizing for their performance this evening. Again, I will update the main tournament bracket, also get the bracket posted back into Twitch chat for you guys. And I'll be looking for my invite into our semi-finals game here. Taking a quick look over at the rosters. We have Team Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. I do have members of that team on my friends list, so we can let them know to send me an invite. Again, guys, that was our quarterfinals game. A little bit more intense than the first two, for sure. A great game all around, in my opinion. Fax will dominate, managing to emerge victorious, despite being down in kills throughout the entire matchup. Again, guys, heading into our semi-finals matchup now, it's going to be Faction who will dominate once again on the blue side. And they're going to be facing off against Soda Pop and the Dream Stars, I believe. Let's double check that team name. Yes, indeed, it is Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. For those of you not aware, Soda Pop and the Dream Stars is composed of the same core summoners, Elvish Gleeman, King Slyku, previously known as Better Katarina, and Tommy, who have competed regularly throughout multiple non-so-stock gaming open bracket tournaments, done fairly well for themselves. They've actually met up against Faction will dominate twice previously, both of those times in the finals matchups, though. So seeing these guys in a semi-finals matchup is going to be a huge grudge match, knowing that one of them goes home potentially with 3,200 RP, while the other makes half of that, instead of the 2,400 they would normally get for being defeated by the opponent they are currently facing. Getting reports that they've 3-0'd against Faction will dominate. I do recall their lineup losing in one of the finals matchup. Tommy says he thinks it's 2-1 for them. King Slyku being a little bit overconfident there. Better Katarina with her own BM, or his own BM. Again, guys, King Slyku is the name change summoner that was previously known as Better Katarina. A little bit of a hint if you ever face off against them and need to pick your bands. Apparently King Slyku is watching the stream and heard me calling him a girl again. Not quite sure why I do that. Pretty sure it's the Better Katarina name. Katarina being a female champion just gets the her to come out of me. Star blames King Slyku's itty-bitty 15-year-old voice for me calling him a girl. I'm going to maintain that it is definitely his previous summoner name, though with King Slyku as your new name, you can be manly again. Again, guys, heading into the semi-finals matchup, round 4 of play for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament, where summoners can be anywhere from level 1 to 30, unranked all the way up to Challenger. Seeing a mainly Master and a Challenger tier team on the blue side, that is Faction will dominate. Those Challenger tier ratings actually all in their 5v5s. Those Challengers are actually Masters and Diamonds in the solo queue. Not quite sure what the Masters are showing. See if those are both in their teams and their solo queue rankings. Indeed, that is a solo queue ranking for the one Master. ninjaken currently showing Masters in his solo queue. Indeed. Looking over at Soda Pop and the Dream Stars, we do have 2 Diamond 1 summoners, 2 Diamond 2 summoners, and a Diamond 3. I believe all of those are their solo queue rankings with over 100 games won on each of them. If you've played 400 games with your team, that would be hugely impressive, Tommy. Let's take a quick look. Indeed, that's going to be his solo queue ranking, only 15 team games played for their platinum placement. Also guys, I have just finished my water, so as we head into spectator delay after the champion section, I will be taking a quick break to go refresh myself and make sure that I do the best job possible heading into our semi-finals matchup. Speaking of doing the best job possible, we are always looking for additional shoutcasters as well as admin volunteers. I apologize for my silencer, guys. A little bit of antics in the all chat. King Slyku says he's underage. This can't be happening. So we're going to get back to the games at hand before things get too inappropriate. Alright, again guys, heading into a semi-finals matchup here. The matchup is going to be between Faxon Will Dominate on the blue side and Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. This is a repeat of a number of matchups we've seen these guys play before. We've seen both teams take a victory, though I'm not sure if Star and Soda Pop were on the roster for Soda Pop and the Dream Stars at the time. I'm not sure if Sprusse or Duyan were on the roster for Faxon Will Dominate. I recognize Faxon and ninjaken as playing in all of their games. I believe Duyan and Sprusse are fairly regular team members as well. Of course, I could check our records to see exactly what teams they played under, but that would be far too much work. Apparently we're going to be remaking the lobby as somebody got kicked. Lobby problems. Alright, it's official. Dark Orb subbing in for the purple side. Go! Tommy's going to shoutcast. Though, I don't have his Skype, so you won't be able to hear him. Just imagine what Tommy would say. Ah, Tommy's going to type it out for us. Perfect. Shoutcast via typing. Alright, seeing everybody get into the lobby though, so I move back down to spectator mode. Get Tommy back into the proper place. Apologies again for my silence here, guys. Just having a little bit of fun in the all chat with the teams playing tonight. Faxon Will Dominate. Always a little quiet, a little bit aloof, but the other teams that we have in the semis and finals on a regular basis are great guys, great to have a little bit of fun with. Of course, I assume that Faxon Will Dominate is in the same situation, but being a little bit more reserved. I mean, they do have ninjaken, the sub from TSM, so looking to maintain their professional image as much as possible, I guess. Katarina will be insta-banned by Faxon Will Dominate. A bit of a tribute to King Slyku there. Hecarim Nocturne and Lucian banned out by Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. Katarina Syndra and Nar banned out by Faxon Will Dominate. That was less than a 10-second banning phase for this matchup. They knew exactly what they wanted. I suspect all 6 of those are targeted bans. Looking for the first pick here from ninjaken after such a quick banning phase. They're being a little bit slow to opt in on those champions. So ninjaken pick up a Jarvan 4 here. We saw him play J4 in the last round of play. He did fairly well for himself, though he had a slow start. Of course, J4 being a late-game champion, that's not exactly unexpected. Elvish Gleeman will insta-lock a Corki pick here, taking the Corki away from Faxon. Will dominate on the blue side. I believe we've seen them play Corki during 2 matches so far. Soda Pop 24 opting to lock in a Nami as well, taking the entire bottom lane combo away from Faxon. Will dominate. We'll see what they choose to go with for this semi-finals matchup. Faxon hovering over a Caitlyn pick here, waiting to see what BYAXD locks in here. I've been butchering that name all night, folks. Please don't mind me. I believe BYAKUYAX is their mid laner, so we'll see if they end up locking in a mid lane champion here, or locking in the support, since both Corki and Nami are showing for their opposition. And indeed, Orianna will be locked in here for Faxon. Will dominate, opting to show their mid laner. This will allow Star to potentially counterpick the Orianna, though I'm not quite sure what counters an Orianna. Time to head over to those fabulous websites that will let us know, since Dark Corps is a terrible, terrible Silver 4 counter to Orianna. Yes. Wow, type in counter OR, and you get counter Orianna as the prompt. League of Legends popular in Google as well. Looking like LeBlanc, Syndra, Ahri, and Diana are the main counters, with Zed coming in a close 5th. And Zed will be locked in here. Of course, King Sliku, with Katarina banned away, is most likely to pick up a Zed, so picking Orianna into King Sliku, knowing that he would most likely opt for a Zed pick, could be a bit of a, well, going to end up going Ahri. Also, 2 tiers up in the counters, knowing that King Sliku's champion pool is mainly Katarina, Zed, and I was trying to remember the third with him swapping out to Ahri. I think that's been confirmed. Either way, we're going to have Ahri into Orianna. So Orianna has slightly countered herself with that pick. We'll see if she's a skilled enough Orianna to make the difference against her semi-counter. Call it a soft counter, I guess. First 2 are generally fairly hard counters, the 3rd one and 4th one being fairly decent as well, the 5th and 6th not so Anyways, back to the match, and we're seeing Ryze and Leona hovered over here. Again, guys, Faxon will dominate on the blue side. Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. So far, we've seen Orianna, Caitlyn, and J4 locked in. For Faxon will dominate. Ahri, Lee Sin, Nami, and Corki locked in for Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. Both of these teams named after one of their competing summoners. Blue side having the summoner Faxon, purple side having the summoner Soda Pop 24. Looking like Ryze and Janna will finalize those picks. Sorry, Sprusse and Duyan will finalize the Ryze and Janna picks for Faxon will dominate, meaning we will have a Caitlyn-Janna bottom lane pair for Faxon, as well as Ryze in the top lane, Orianna as their mid laner, and Jarvan 4 in the jungle. Looking like Tommy is going to select an Aurelia here. Is showing a Smite currently, but I suspect it will be Lee Sin in the jungle with Aurelia as their top laner. Nami also showing a teleport. Suspect a few of these champions will be getting traded around. Again, guys, we are heading into the semi-finals matchup here for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. This is Dark Warp showcasting for you guys this evening. And in roughly 50-60 seconds, well, plus the timer for Aurelia locking in, we'll be into spectator delay. And during those 3 minutes, I am going to take a brief break, so you'll have to endure a little bit of silence heading into the semifinals game, but I will be back as we get into the load screen and onto the Rift to the best I possibly can to shoutcast this semi-finals matchup for you. Again, we do have Faxon will dominate on the blue side, an all-Masters and a Challenger team. Well, Diamond and Masters in the solo queue, Masters and Challengers in their 5v5 ranks for the most part, versus the all-Diamond team that is Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. These teams have competed against each other previously, though not necessarily with 100% identical lineups. I believe Faxon will dominate may have the same 5 core summoners, though Soda Pop and the Dream Stars have swapped out at least one there, Soda Pop and Star, not being names that I am overly familiar with coming into this matchup. Again, guys, just 15 seconds now remaining for summoners to trade around those champions, as well as finalize their runes, masteries, and summoner spells. Showdota asking for a shout out to Showdota in the Twitch chat. Welcome to our stream, and we are into the 3 minutes of spectator, guys, so I will be back in roughly 3 minutes to get this match underway. actually back about 20 seconds late here. I do apologize for that. Seeing all summoners out of the base. No startup pause here for our semi-finals game here. Again, it is going to be Faction will dominate on the blue side, and Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. Again, guys, Faction will dominate on the blue side, Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. Janna could get caught out here. Bubbles come out, but not connecting as Janna has flashed to safety. There is going to be a first blood coming through there for the Soda Pops, but it did not happen. It did cost Janna her first summoner spell of the game, though.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Getting reports in Twitch chat that I was missed. I imagine the silence was deafening. Ha. Haha, I so punny. Anyways, guys, pings coming out from the blue side towards the bottom half of the map. There is going to be a ward from the blue team into that tri-bush on their side. Seeing Dreamstar set up for their blue buff here. J4 looking for an invade, potentially. Not yet spotted out by the enemy team ward. When I say enemy team after referring to a champion name, I do refer to the team they are playing against. Of course, nobody is my enemy team or my opposition, as I am just shoutcasting, but from the perspective of whoever I've just commented on, I'll try to avoid doing that, but it's a bit of a habit. Again, guys, Faction will dominate on the blue side. Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. Seeing an invade come out here from the purple team, looking to pick up a red buff in the bottom half of the map. The buff is onto the map. Lee Sin jumps over the wall, going to be leashed by the Nami Corki pairing. Janna and Caitlyn are into the purple side, into the river bush. They're on the purple side of the map, though in the river still, technically being in neutral territory. Corki and Nami will get spotted out. They're going to engage onto the Caitlyn-Janna pair. Caitlyn down to about a half HP. Corki fairly low as well. Exhaust comes out onto the Corki. Heal comes out from Corki as well. Corki down to 200 HP. Caitlyn down to 100 HP. Force Blood goes over to the Corki as Caitlyn goes down. That is a bit of... wow. A huge ambush from the Caitlyn-Janna pair, a huge misfire in that play for them. It cost them first blood, going to hand Corki a huge advantage in this early game, as Caitlyn is not going to be in that bottom lane to farm. Corki and Nami will hit level 2 first, did just pick up 500 gold, if not more, for themselves, between the pair of them anyways. Wow, poor Caitlyn in that fight. Caitlyn making her way back out into the lane. Janna having been forced to recall as well. Minions have been pushed directly to that Faction will dominate bottom lane outer turret. Corki and Nami looking to recall here, spend their gold, getting a bit of advantage into the lane now that Caitlyn and Janna will be returning. But of course that will leave Caitlyn to free farm momentarily. Caitlyn was already 4 farm to her name, only down 4 farm under the Corki. Taking a look at the gold scores, Caitlyn only down about 400 gold under the Corki. Of course, 400 gold being the amount given out for first blood at that time, I suppose. I should also reorder the scoreboard here. Alright, that does look good. We have J4 versus Lee Sin in the jungle. Lee Sin actually coming in for a gank into the mid lane. This could be the second kill of the game. Also against Faction will dominate. Orianna does go down indeed to the Lee Sin. Lee Sin was looking to hand that kill over onto Ari, but it is kill secured for Lee Sin. Action in the top lane as Aurelius come back in onto the Rise. I apologize, just looking to get last hits or gets locked down by the Rise, down to about half HP. Lee Sin roaming into the top lane here potentially. Avoiding his red buff indeed, he will go directly into that top lane. Actually makes it almost to the tri-bush and decides to back off of that, heading in towards his golem camp. Instead, his smite is available. Not quite sure why he opted not to start on the red buff. Ah yes, they did steal red buff from the blue side. His red buff may actually be gone, just showing on the map because I have not yet looked up there. Aurelia still in the top lane against the Rise. Rise might be able to get out of this. The flash comes out from the Aurelia. Q comes out from Lee Sin, not able to connect, and Rise turns around to laugh. Rise begins to recall here, knowing that he's been forced out of the lane, looking to teleport back up into the top lane potentially though. Taking a look at the farm numbers, Rise and Aurelia are deadlocked currently. Going to be action in the bottom, and Caitlyn has utilized a health potion. Janna's going to get caught out by the bow, take a huge amount of punishment from the Corki. Janna down to about 100 HP here. Shield will come out. More auto attacks coming through from the Corki. Janna does go down. Caitlyn now on her own, down to 200 HP, down to 100 HP. Teleport coming out from the top. It's going to be a double kill for the Corki, but Aurelia, as well as Rise, are teleporting into the bottom. Rise looking to be by himself. They're now at 3 versus 1. He's will manage to get out of that with his life, though, I believe. So going to look to defend this bottom lane outer turret from the 3-man advance from Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. Again, guys, Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. Faction will dominate on the blue side. The rune person coming out from Rise on to Corki. Going to be action in the mid lane as well. There's a gank and a counter gank. Lee Sin could go down here. That's going to be the first kill for Faction will dominate. We saw a similar situation during the beginning of the last round of play where Faction will dominate ended up down in kills. though. They were not down in gold, which they are currently. They're down about 1,000 gold to Soda Pop and the Dreamstar. Soda Pop doing a great job picking up an advantage for their team. Of course, we'll see if Fax will dominate can secure the first objectives here. We saw them up turrets in the last game despite being down a significant number of kills over their opponents. Oriana does have blue buff. Ari does not have blue buff currently, though Oriana is down to about half of her mana. Blue buff potentially expiring fairly soon. You're going to take a quick look at that. Blue buff, only a third of its way expired. Put that back onto directed camera. J4 looking to recall from the top lane. They're not going to be able to engage onto Aurelia potentially, though Ryze and Aurelia are both full HP. J4 will loop around from the side, going back up into the top lane here. Alright, Oriana still doing it out in the mid lane. Lee Sin looking to come in for a gank. Potentially will indeed wrap around towards the mid lane. I apologize, ends up on the opposite side of the map after dropping a Vision Ward into the Dragon Pixel Bush, and now he wraps into the mid lane from the Oriana side of the map. That is the blue side of the map. Both of those mid lane champions down to about half of their HP. Ultimate Stipulative came out from both Oriana and the Ari, but Ariana does go down again to Lee Sin here. Ari not quite able to last hit that, hitting both of those kills over onto Lee Sin, where she could potentially be utilizing the gold a little bit better for her team. Now I'm getting fairly low in the bottom lane. Caitlyn could go down here, but Corki does get exhausted. I apologize, I believe that was an exhaust coming out. Yes, it was an exhaust coming out from the Janna. I wasn't quite sure if I just saw his slow or I saw the exhaust around him. And indeed, I did see that exhaust. Corki and Nami looking for some pressure into the bottom lane here. Caitlyn did not go down, but has been forced out of the lane. Janna sitting in the lane looking to defend that outer turret potentially. She's at about half her HP and almost no mana here. Not quite sure what she can do for her team. J4 looking to head into the bottom lane, actually picking up his red buff here, I think. Pink has come out into the blue side Tribush where a red ward is, sitting Lee Sin into the top lane onto the Ryze. Ryze could indeed will go down here. Aurelia managing to secure that kill for her team. Currently a 6-1 kill score in favor of Soda Pop and the Dreamstars. Seeing a great start for the purple team. Looking like one semifinals matchup has concluded in both our main event and our secondary tournament. Congratulations to VG Meme Dream Team, the first team to qualify into our finals matchup for the main event this evening. You'll be facing off against the winners of this current matchup. Also, congratulations to I Am Chin in our secondary event. You guys are the first team to qualify into that finals matchup. Again, guys, we are in round 4, the semi-finals of play for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament. Currently watching Faxon will dominate on the blue side, and they're playing against Soda Pop and the Dreamstars. On the pro side, of course, both teams coming into the semi-finals match must be undefeated, meaning they have won either 2 or 3 games, depending if they started in round 1 or round 2 of play with a round 1 bye. Seeing Kaylin go down to Corki and Nami in the bottom, and a little bit of an overextension there, potentially, by Faxon. We're going to see the Dreamstar set up for the first dragon of the game here as we approach the 9-minute mark. Ryze getting stunned down by Aurelia in the top lane. Aurelia getting a rune person onto herself, but Ryze down to half. She's going to be the first dragon of the game, going down uncontested to Soda Pop and the Dreamstar. Seeing a huge turnaround from the last game. Fax will dominate, not able to take that first dragon, not yet able to take the first turret of the game. We'll see if they can turn this kill score around, if they can start picking up objectives to even things out. They're currently down 3,000 gold to the Dreamstars. Ryze down to about 300 HP in the top lane, has utilized a health potion. Aurelia down to half HP as well. Ryze's burst not quite as strong as the Aurelia's right now. Caitlyn and Jen looking to get a little bit of farm in the bottom lane. Caitlyn actually doing about 3 CS over the Corki right now, doing fairly well for herself despite being 0 and 3 to Corki's 4-0. Taking a look at the goal score, Corki actually about 1,200 gold over Caitlyn right now. Caitlyn looking for pressure against this bottom lane outer turret. Despite being down in kill, she is up a tiny bit in farm and actually managing to zone the Corki Nami against their turret currently. Alright, looking for some damage onto a sight ward in their side of the jungle. Oriana and Ari trade some damage around the mid lane here. There's going to be a pause coming out from Elvish Gleeman on the pro side. Says 1 sec. And I apologize, guys. Ari was looking to take down a sight ward from behind the Baron pit in that purple side bush. While Oriana looked to contest it, tried to take it down as it had to spot out a vision ward in that bush as well. Both of the summoners traded down about to 300 worth of their HP, while Ari focused her auto attacks onto the side ward, seeing them look to return into the mid lane here. Oriana has thrown her ball over the wall, but a pause has come out as that happened. Seeing two summoners from faction will dominate also in the top lane. J4 looking to take down the Aurelia potentially. Caitlyn and Janna in the bottom lane against the Corki and Nami pair. Again, Corki has 4 kills to Caitlyn's 0. Lee Sin also has 2 kills, and Aurelia has picked up 1. Both of Lee Sin's kills being assists for the Ahri. Ahri failing to last hit those for one reason or another. The Oriana being just out of range, I believe, for the first one, and not quite sure what happened during the second one. Lee Sin just doing a little bit too much damage for Ahri to secure that kill for herself. So we are seeing a 7-1 kill score here in favor of Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. Again, guys, this is Faxon will dominate on the blue side, Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the purple side. This is our semi-finals matchup for the stream this evening. This is a Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament. Summoners can be anywhere from level 1 all the way up to 30, unranked all the way up to Challenger. And though we're not seeing any solo queue Challenger ratings, you have 3 Challengers on the blue team this evening. Purple side being all Diamond at the moment, I believe. I apologize, some of them may be Masters. No, indeed, they were 2 Diamond 1s, 2 Diamond 2s, and a Diamond 3. On Soda Pop and the Dream Stars, King Slyko actually falling from Masters tier once again. Good luck getting back up there, guys. I think you all deserve those statuses. Matchup so far has been extremely intense, seeing Soda Pop and the Dream Stars do extremely well against Faxon will dominate. I mean, during the early game in the last matchup, Faxon didn't seem like they were going to dominate, but they maintained a gold score lead throughout more or less the entire game in that quarterfinals game. We are now seeing them down 7 kills to 1 and down 3,000 gold with a 15-12k gold score. Corki asking if they're ready. That is the summoner who I believe paused it. Indeed it is. Waiting on blue side, and both sides already. Pause timer will be ticking down here. Oriana and Ahri looking to continue this fight potentially. Ahri indeed looking to re-engage on Oriana over the wall. Is going to be action in the top lane though. Rise getting fairly low here against the Jarvan 4. Aurelia will be forced out of the lane, actually coming back into this. Rise goes down to the Lee Sin, an 8-1 kill score so far. Aurelia goes down to the Jarvan 4. They're looking to get will cost J4 his life as Lee Sin picks up a double kill. Aurelia not able to secure either of those kills, hands them both over to Lee Sin. Lee Sin going to build himself as much off tank as possible here, I guess. Look to mitigate huge amounts of damage. Ignite is onto the Ahri, and she does go down to Oriana. Oriana remaining with about 150 HP after using her health potion. Seeing Nami come in from the jungle and not quite able to connect onto Oriana. Though Oriana would have spotted her out there with a vision ward they have placed. Nami and Corki making their way back into the bottom lane against the Nami-Caitlyn pairing. Corki getting fairly low here, actually gets knocked up, I believe, by a Nami. I apologize, not Nami, but a Janna Q. Nami being on Corki's team, that wouldn't have made sense, but was connect onto the Caitlyn. No, Nami will come through onto Caitlyn as well. Ultimate comes out from the Janna. Caitlyn back up to 300 HP after popping a health potion and taking some hail from the Janna. And also using health potion in this bottom lane fight. Caitlyn will begin to recall here. Corki looking to get some pressure against that bottom lane outer turret, or may actually freeze the lane. No, will not freeze the lane. She takes down 5 minions with 1 skill. Looking to get as much farm here as possible, as well as a little bit of damage against that bottom lane outer turret, though Janna is still in range to defend it, seeing he'll come out from the Nami here. Corki will wait for his minions to get into range. A shield comes out from the Janna onto their turret. Corki will continue to focus on the minions here. Of course, he only has 2 AP minions remaining from that wave. He will wait for this next wave to get in range. Caitlyn also going to get back out of the turret before he manages to get any pressure. I believe J4 looking to engage onto Ahri in the mid lane, or making way back out to the mid lane as well here. Seeing a 9-3 kill score here in favor of Soda Pops and the Dream Stars facing off against Faxon will dominate. Going to be action in the top lane as well. Engages onto Rise. Rise getting not too low here. Exchanges the little poke back onto the Aurelia. Aurelia now actually in a worse situation than the Rise. Their burst and trade seems to be roughly even at this point. Lee Sin and Ahri making their way back into the middle here. It's going to be a gank for the purple side. Jerry 4 not too far would be able to respond to this had it occurred. But Lee Sin and Ahri will both fall off that. Ahri going for a little bit of farm there. Lee Sin making his way potentially towards the bottom and has, I believe, been spotted out by the by the blue side. But there's actually a purple side ping into the blue side of the map. Now we're looking for engagement in the bottom here. Caitlyn gets a little poke onto the Corki. Corki exchanges damage onto her. Lee Sin into the mid lane, blows his ultimate onto Oriana. Oriana down to about half her HP. Ahri and Lee Sin continues engagement. Ahri misses her taunt though. Q from the, I apologize, Ari's damage misses there again, but Orianna will go down. Ari actually secures that kill. J4 looking to come back into the mid lane here. Will begin to auto attack against the site ward. Taunt once again from the Ari will miss. J4 engages onto Ari. Ari down to about 300 HP here, down to 200 HP. Teleport coming out from the Brett side, looking to keep her alive, but it's not going to be enough. Aurelia will be into the mid lane though, and J4 will go down to Lee Sin. I believe that is no assist onto Aurelia. The teleport not quite necessary. Now an 11-4 kill score in favor of Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. Aurelia having teleported in the mid lane is going to look for pressure against this mid lane outer turret. The turret is down to about half HP with Aurelia hounding away on it. Bottom lane turret in a similar situation, though slightly below the half HP mark. Kaylin and Janna both are better than 200 HP. Corki will have Valkyrie, but it's caught out by the Q from Janna. Ultimate comes out from them. I don't believe it's going to be long enough to connect onto the Janna or Kaylin. Kaylin begins to recall. Janna actually was caught out, but that has about 50 HP remaining. Will begin to recall from her inner turret. The bottom lane outer turret will be the first to go down in this game. Orianna back into the mid, looking to defend that mid lane outer turret. Rise looking for pressure against the top lane outer turret. Aurelia staying in that mid lane a little bit too long, potentially. Looks to recall here instead of roaming back into the top lane. Top lane outer turret down to half of his HP already. Orianna gets some vision control around the river. Ari looks to do the same now. Both teams have a site ward in that Dragon Pixel Bush. Rising the turret down in the top lane to about half of its HP. Will not be successful taking the first turret for his team here. Aurelia will make her way back out to the lane. Again, guys, this is Faction will dominate on the blue side, and they're facing off against Soda Pop and the Dream Stars on the pros. I'll get the bracket posted back into Twitch chat here for you. And Jan looking to clear out a site ward from the opposition. Lee Sin looking to make her pay for that. Nami also looking to do the same, toss the site ward back over from the inside of the Dragon Pit. Lee Sin lines a Q onto the enemy. However, he eats a Q from Janna as well, looking to clear out this vision ward that the blue team has behind the Dragon Pit. They will be successful clearing out the ward. His site ward is now going to be semi-safe, though should a sweeper get popped, it would go down with only one hit remaining on Lee Sin engaging onto J4. It's going to be a 3 versus 4 fight here in favor of Faction will dominate. Kaylin looking to come in to make this a 5 versus 4 fight. Aurelia will be successful in taking down the top lane outer turret for her team. Going to see a split push occurring. The blue side will be looking for a dragon play here potentially. They have come into the Dragon Pit. Ultimate will come out from the Kaylin onto the Corki. Corki loses about a quarter of his HP to that skill. Ultimate will come out from Janna as her team initiates onto the Dragon. Poke comes out once again from the Kaylin purple side, looking to contest. A taunt comes through onto Rise. Rise down to half HP almost instantly. Ultimate coming out from the Nami. Dragon out a quarter of his HP. There will be no steal from Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. Faction will secure their first dragon of the game. Now a 1-1 dragon score, I believe. Corey ever picks up a kill onto the Jarvan Force, going to cost him his life as Kaylin picks up a double kill there as Lee Sin also goes down. Orianna looking to assist Kaylin as they head back towards the mid lane. Ari is fairly healthy in the mid lane, I do believe. Ari actually not all that healthy at all, sitting with about 300 HP to her name, looking to recall from that upper half of the bush potentially. Actually looking to re-engage onto Orianna here, maybe. Will actually back out of that fight, look to recall from a safer position. Aurelia pounding away on the top lane. Inner turret has split pushed successfully a second turret during that fight. They did lose Dragon, but they've traded a top lane inner turret for it. That's a good choice for the Aurelia. Though it did cost her team a dragon and 2 deaths, I believe. Orianna engages onto Ari. Aurelia now into the mid lane as well. Orianna down to about 300 HP. Ari down to 400 HP. A few more auto attacks coming through. Corki picks up the kill onto Orianna. J4 engages onto Ari. Ari could go down here, but she remains with 150 HP as J4 goes down to the Corki. Corki picking up a double kill in that fight. Ari like, whew, I'm alive. Begins to recall there after getting healed up by the Nami. Or slightly healed up, I should say. Ultimate comes in from the Kaylin, and Ari will go down after all. Takes 3 summoners to finish her off. Kaylin took a 9 caliber net away from harm there. Corki down to about half HP. Pillar Peacemaker comes out, not quite able to connect onto the Corki. Q comes out from the Janna as well. A little bit of damage coming back through from the Corki. Lee Sin and Nami are also there to assist him. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 fight. Make that a 4 versus 3 as Aurelia gets into the lane. Kaylin could be in trouble here. Will get stunned down by the Aurelia. Ultimate comes out from the Jan as well. It's going to be another shutdown for the Lee Sin. Lee Sin picking up a double kill here. Now 7-2 for his team. Corki also 7-1. We're seeing Soda Pop and the Dream Star do extremely well here. That dive, Lee Sin almost went down to the turret, but Corki takes a couple turrets there, and they will get out of that fairly safely, I believe. J4 and Orianna looking to re-engage on this potentially. apologize for my silence there, guys. A little bit of a lull in the action. A couple questions coming out into the Twitch chat about the secondary event. The bracket is on the webpage, so we're not quite sure how far into the game that other semi-finals matchup is. No, the other finalist team, as well as the other bronze match team, have been waiting a little while for that matchup to conclude. Of course, the main event is in the same situation currently. We've had one semi-finalist match conclude, meaning we have VG Meme Dream Team waiting in the finals, and I believe Dragon Dive, indeed Dragon Dive, in the bronze match position, waiting on the matchup we have on the stream to conclude. Going to be a fourth turret going down there. 2 Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. They might overstay here a little bit. Ultimate comes out from the Orion. Lee Silden will go down. His ultimate comes up from J4 as well. Going to see Nami also go down to this Aurelia getting fairly low. Double kill for the Jarvan. Jarvan looking to re-engage onto the Corki, but will fall off. The ultimate comes up from the Kaelin. Corki down to 50 HP, and he does go down as Ryze picks up a double kill with Ari, the only summoner alive. After that fight, and I believe she was killed actually before it was engaged. Faxo and Dama looking for their first Baron of the game. It is only 19 minutes in. J4 could go down here, but he has so much shield from the Orianna maintaining his health here. Ari is into this Baron pit. They're teleport coming out from the Aurelia as well. It's going to be a successful Baron for Faxo and Dominate. Ari and Aurelia looking to pick up some kills here. Janna will go down. Aurelia going full ham. Aurelia goes down. Ari did not come with her fast enough. Namiot will come through, locking down 2. So double kill for the Ari here. Aurelia looking to kill off the Ari though. Double kill for the Orianna. She finishes off Ari after taking down the Aurelia apparently. Nami looking for their second inner turret of the game. Mid lane inner turret down to about half of his HP here. They will pick up a turret, and I believe they also picked up an ace coming into that. I heard an ace come across, but I'm not quite sure how it went down. Indeed, I believe it was Faxo and Dominate being ace after taking their Baron, so they have had the Baron buff removed from all 5 of those summoners. I apologize for my distraction during that team fight, guys. Just looking into a matchup in the secondary, might make sure that everything is occurring as it should be. Make sure nobody's waiting for nothing. Ari and Nami and Lee will initiate onto the blue buff here, looking like it will be going over to the Ari. Of course, that is the standard choice for your own blue. Handing it over to your mid laner is always a good choice, handing her the additional AP as well as cooldown reduction. Well, it's not AP, but mana regen. Does blue buff give AP? I don't even know. Oh, you're going to see a 4-man siege from Faxo Dominate pick up their second turret of the game. Not quite sure when they managed to take down that bottom lane outer turret. They're looking to come back into this game. They are still down about 5,000 gold here, but they have closed that gold gap, having taken down a dragon as well as a Baron and 2 turrets. They're still down at 10 kills as well as 3 turrets. It's going to be a contested dragon here, but it will be a smite coming out from the J4 that finishes dragon off. Another dragon successfully taken by Faxo and Dominate. Costs Orianna her life. However, see how the remainder of this team fight plays out. Zhonya's coming out from the Ari. The fight continues. J4's ult has been used. J4 lancing himself out of his own ultimate. Aurelia has been trapped there momentarily, though. Lee Sin continuing the engagement onto Ryze. Looking like Ryze will go down here. And that will be 3 kills for 0, but it is 3 kills for a dragon. Not quite sure if that's worth it for their team. Soda Pop and the Dream Stars looking for their first inhibitor turret of the game. Will be the first inhibitor turret overall of the game as well, and it will go down. That's going to be no turrets remaining in the mid lane. For Faxon will dominate only their top lane inhibitor turret remaining, while they have both their inhibitor and inner turrets in the bottom lane. We're seeing Soda Pop and the Dream Stars up 6 turrets to 2, a solid 27 kills to 14. They have roughly a 7,000 gold advantage over the team that some thought might be unstoppable. Of course, it's not over yet. We'll see if Faxon will dominate, comes back into this matchup and finds a way to once again dominate. Oriana clearing out a site ward after dropping a vision ward into the Baron Pixel Bush. 5 members of Fax will dominate around this Baron pit, looking to get into the purple side jungle potentially. Not quite sure what they're looking to up here. Looking for a pick here, looking for a red buff steal potentially. This might well come out from the J4, and that is a successful red buff steal, I believe. I apologize, Lee Sin is showing red, so that was not a successful steal. Oriana will go down to the Aurelia. Janna flashing out into the Baron pit here. Caitlyn also looking to get out of this fight with her life. A taunt comes out from the Ahri though, and Janna will be going down here. Taunt comes out from the Ahri, and Janna stays alive a little bit longer, but she goes down to Aurelia. Aurelia looking to secure the kill onto Caitlyn as well. Caitlyn, Piltover Peacemaker, Caliber Net over the wall, just followed up by Piltover Peacemaker, but it's not quite enough to get her out alive, as Aurelia picks up a double kill. Now all 5 members of Soda Pop and the Dream Stars looking to siege down into the mid lane. They have already taken that mid lane inhibitor, looking for this inhibitor, looking to potentially end the game here. Only 5 seconds till both Oriana and J4 are back onto the map, though, looking to take that inhibitor and get out. Again, guys, this is Faxon will dominate on the blue side, composed of ninjaken, Faxon, Byakugak Z, Sprusse, and Duyan, facing off against Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. On the purple side, composed of Elvish Gleeman, Soda Pop 24, Star, King Sliku, previously known as Better Katarina, and the summoner Tommy as well. It's going to be another turret going down to Soda Pop and the Dream Stars as they secure their last inner turret of the game. Now a 7-2 turret score, a 31-14 turret score, a kill score as well. They have roughly a 10,000 gold advantage over Faxon will dominate. Soda Pop and the Dream Stars have been doing extremely well in this semi-finals matchup. A little bit of a lull in the action here as Faxon looks to relieve some pressure. Janna and Ori heading out towards the mid lane. J4 and Rise into the top lane. Bottom lane appears to already be locked, though Aurelia from Soda Pop and the Dream Stars is heading down that direction, looking to pick up pressure for that lane. Four members of Faxon will dominate into the mid lane here, looking for a play potentially. Purple side pings coming out onto the vision ward that Lee Sin has spotted out. Now 4 members of Soda Pop and the Dream Stars in the mid lane. Aurelia looking to split push into the bottom lane here. Not sure if that's a recall. That is a recall coming out from the Oriana from the mid lane, looking to head her way back into the base. Gonna have J4 spotted out by the Lee Sin. Lee Sin throws a Q onto the J4, will not follow it up. Finishes off the large Wraith with his smite, denying Faxon will dominate a little bit of gold there. We are seeing now only a 9,000 gold lead, though, in favor of Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. Faxon will dominate, not content to not farm out here, not content to not get as much gold as they can and come back into this game. As we near the 30-minute mark, the death timers do get longer, though. Objectives become more important, gold differences become more significant. Not seeing any kind of huge gold difference across the board, roughly a 1,000 to 2,000 difference between all of these summoners. Though that does translate into roughly an 8,000 gold lead for Team Soda Pop and the Dream Stars. Rise lands a rune person onto the Aurelia, but she's locked down for only half a second there. We could see action break out in the top lane. In the top half of the jungle. Lee Sin down about half of his HP. Caitlyn's all will come through, but not to a huge amount of damage there. Lee Sin down about 400 HP. We're going to see Janna being the first to go down there, though. Lee Sin will go down as well. A 1-to-1 trade for both of these teams. Seeing Corki engage onto the Caitlyn. Corki picks up the kill on Caitlyn with only 200 HP remaining. Rise engaging onto the Ahri. Corki looking to come back in and help finish off the Rise. Ahri looking at that with about 200 HP remaining. Wraith will come through. Oriana coming into that fight a little bit late, but just in the nick of time. Corki also goes down there. Caitlyn picking up a kill somehow, I believe, with a trap. A post-mortem trap to finish off the Corki. Aurelia now in a 1 versus 3. Will not be able to pick up, might be able to pick up a kill onto the Oriana, but she does get aced as Rise picks up the kill on Aurelia while she tries to go back in. Bit of an unfortunate situation there for Soda Pop and the Dream Stars, but again, Faction will dominate, looking to come back into this matchup. Of course, while they did that, Minions got some pressure into their base. Their first Nexus turret down to about half of its HP, their second Nexus turret down to about a quarter of its HP. So that is a huge amount of work there done by those minions. A great distraction made by Soda Pop and the Dream Stars, so it cost all of them their lives. Ping once again into the upper half of the Faction will dominate jungle. Super comes out from Lee Sin, he'll take out a Sight Ward as he comes in. Drops Sight Ward of his own on 2 up of 2 from Faction will dominate. Will get taken down fairly quickly as the Super comes out from either the Janna or the Orianna. That was the Orianna sweeper, actually. Blue buff has been engaged by the blue side. Will go down to the blue side. They're looking to get at that. Nami ult has come through. Taunt comes out from the Arya. Don't think it connected there, though. 4 members of Soda Pop and the Dream Stars are getting fairly low here. Ultimate comes out from the J4. Ariana 200 HP. She has used her Zonia's. Orianna picks up the kill onto Ari. Lee Sin will go down as well. Here's going to be 2 for 0 in favor of Faction will dominate. Once again, the late game team composition. They've been down the entire game, and now they're only down by 5,000 gold, closing 5,000 of the gold division. They had nearly closing the kill deficiency as well, sitting at 33 to 22. Thought it was 23 to 23. So still down by 11 kills. Not a perfect comeback quite yet, but after an ace and then 3 kills for them, it seems like they have a strength advantage. They're picking up another dragon here as well. It's going to be their second dragon of the game. That's 2 dragons to 0 in favor of Faction will dominate. Despite being behind, they are maintaining a fair amount of objective control here. They're not going to look for another turret. They have only 2 turrets to Soda Pop and the Dream Stars, 7 turrets. Soda Pop has been doing extremely well this matchup. Faction will dominate, taking Baron, will initiate onto Dragon, looking to get as much gold as they possibly can, knowing they couldn't, potentially thinking they couldn't have taken down a turret there. Though had they gone from the Baron pit directly to the top lane, I feel they could have gotten that top lane turret. Taking down the Dragon, which is a time objective their opponents can also take, is likely a better choice, knowing they can take down that top lane outer turret whenever they choose. Of course, that's assuming that Soda Pop and the Dream Stars don't successfully contest it. Nami will clear his Sight Ward from Faction will dominate in their side of the map, in that tri-bush in the top lane. Ari looking to clear out the waves in the mid lane. Has been fairly successful taking out all of those minions. Caitlyn looking to do the same. Ari picks up a last hit onto the Siege minion as well. Ari now looking to back from that mid lane. Bush sweeper has been popped by the Nami, making sure that Ari is not spotted out there. 3 members of Soda Pop and the Dream Stars into the river, looking for a dragon here, but dragon has been taken. They will now be aware that Faction will dominate has picked up the dragon. Not quite sure if they're yet aware that they have taken down the Baron as well. Actually, I believe Caitlyn has been spotted out, so Soda Pop and the Dream Stars should be aware the Baron has currently been taken by Faction will dominate. Faction will dominate looking to siege down into the mid lane here. Ultimately will come out from the Caitlyn, connects onto Ari, doing a fair chunk of damage. Ari back up to full HP though as a heal comes out, I believe. Going to that mid lane, inner turret going down to Faction will dominate to a fairly quick siege. Soda Pop and the Dream Stars looking to defend their mid lane here. They were successful taking down the first inhibitor turret of the game. I believe they took down that mid lane inhibitor as well for themselves. But Faction Dominate has come back into this matchup. They have a Baron buff currently. This is the second Baron they have taken. Though during their first Baron time, they were successful taking it and got aced immediately after. We're seeing them put this Baron to much better use than the last one. Looking at the score, the gold score has actually completely evened out. Technically still a 300 gold advantage remaining for Soda Pop and the Dream Stars, but Faction will dominate has closed that 10,000 gold gap despite still being down by 11 kills and 3 turrets. Looking for their first inhibitor of the game, looking to even things out in the mid lane. Faction will dominate, sieging down on this mid lane and inhibitor turret. The inhibitor turret will go down, looking for this inhibitor as well. Now Lee Sin potentially getting cut out by the J4, ultimate coming out from the Nami, only connecting onto J4. Corki tries to Valkyrie to safety, however, huge amounts of damage to continue to come out on him. He will manage to get to safety, but looks to come back into this fight. The inhibitor has gone down. Faction will dominate, turning this match completely around here. Looking at that bottom lane, inner turret will go down as well to Faxon will dominate. Now a 7-6 turret score. They are up 1,000 gold over Soda Pop and the Dreamstar. Soda Pop looking to re-engage this fight around their bottom lane inhibitor turret. J4 will lance to safety. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 fight continue. There's going to be pressure in the top lane from Soda Pop and the Dreamstar. So I believe there are going to be enough minions from Faxon will dominate to keep that mitigated as well. There's going to be huge damage coming out here. Lee Sin will be the first to go down in this team fight. Janna getting fairly low as well. Going to see Ari get locked down. Ari uses her Zhonya's, but it's not going to be enough to keep her alive. It's going to be a 2-for-0 trade in favor of Faxon will dominate. The inhibitor turret will go down as well. It's going to be the inhibitor as well going down. Not quite sure if Faxon will dominate can end this game right here. Janna extremely lucky, but the other 4 summoners are fairly healthy. Corey coming back into this fight. They're really looking to engage onto the Rise here. Rise down to half his HP. Nami will go down to the Caitlyn. The Nexus turret down to about a quarter. A couple more auto attacks. That will be the first Nexus turret of the game going down. Looking for the second Nexus turret here for Faxon will dominate. Only Corki left on the map to defend. It's going to be an ace for Faxon will dominate. That's going to be the game once again in favor of Faxon will dominate. Wow. The turnaround there at the 30-minute mark, guys. That was a huge play for the blue team, remaining true to their name. I mean, they were behind the entire game and then come out the last 5-10 minutes of play and simply dominated it. They turned that around really, really hard, guys. That was an amazing play by the blue team. Unfortunate defeat for Soda Pop and the Dreamstars, but a match well played. Both teams do have one more game to play. Soda Pop and the Dreamstars facing off against Dragon Dive in the bronze match, while Faxon will dominate plays against VG Meme Dream team in the finals for the first and second place slots. Gonna take a quick look and see who's on VG Meme Dream team here. See if I can get an invite into this game. Not quite sure I have any of these summoners currently. Take a quick look. No Owl. Looking like I actually have an invite from Faxon will dominate. They know the procedure. They know they were on the stream. They know they need to send me out that invite, despite having me not on their friends, as I do reliably get that invite from them. So not quite sure why I was bothering to look for VG Meme Team, knowing that it would likely be coming in. Again, guys, we are heading into our finals matchup here this evening. Looking forward to an intense game once again, potentially. Blue side looking like a mainly Diamond team and all Diamond team. Mainly Diamond 5 and 4s with 1 Diamond 2 as well, making it into this finals matchup. Of course, the purple side is Faxon will dominate. We've seen them playing since round 2 here this evening. They dominated against Phage Clan. Free RP thanks. Looked like they had a chance, but Faxon will dominate turned it around. And then it looked like Faxon had met their match in Soda Pop and the Dreamstars, but once again, Faxon managed to dominate. So we have gotten all the way into the finals match of this evening. It's going to be VG Meme Dream team on the blue side, facing off against Faxon will dominate. For the first time, actually, in tonight's stream, where Faxon will be playing on the purple side of the map. We'll see how that affects in this game. Of course, I should hope it has almost no effect on the game. Looking like we have all 10 summoners currently in the lobby. Oh, looking like we have a few emails coming in as well. I believe the second tournament's semi-finals matchup has also concluded. I do apologize, it happened about 3 minutes ago, so not a huge delay there between them reporting that and me getting it onto the bracket. Looking at a round 3 win for first place or bust, meaning Dugman Wonderland is moving on to the bronze match to face off against Calvin Trolls, and first place or bust is moving on into the finals match of our secondary tournament to face off against I Am Chin. So good luck to all our finalists in the secondary event, and of course good luck to all of our finalists in the main event as well. Of course, we're going to be streaming the finals matchup for the main event momentarily, waiting for both teams to confirm that they are currently ready. And then they'll be heading into champion selection for round 5, the final round of play. The winners of this game will be going home as our first place victors. The losers going home a close second. Of course, both of those teams getting a prize, as well as the teams that lost in the semi-finals of play, now competing in that bronze match for the 3rd and 4th place titles. Sprusse reporting that he is the owner of Faction Will Dominate. Seems like he has taken offense to a member of VG Meme Dream Team asking Faxon if his team is ready. With a name like Faction Will Dominate, it's an easy mistake to make. Of course, I assume it's all in good fun here. Alright, ninjaken says they are ready. That's a member from Faction Will Dominate. Not quite sure if that was with Sprusse's approval or not, but we are into champion selection. Again, guys, this is going to be our finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. Getting reports that summoners from Dragon Dive may currently be in a game. If a member of Dragon Dive is currently on Twitch chat, notify your teammates that that finals matchup is ready for you guys. You need to play in the bronze matchup to receive your prizing. Seeing Nocturne, Oriana, and Rise banned out here by VG Meme Dream Team, Jace Rumble, and Kha'Zix banned out by Faction Will Dominate. Seeing Aula Bamity. Indeed, I said that correctly, I believe. Locking in a Lucian as the first pick here for VG Meme Dream Team. Oh no, it looks like we have two teams absent from the finals round. Looking for Calvin Trolls and looking for Dragon Dive. Calvin Trolls waiting in that bronze match slot in the secondary event. Dragon Dive doing the same thing in the main event. Looking like Biak Yak is going to hover over a Nami pick, looking to select the support for their team, potentially trading that off as they are the team's mid laner. And they indeed are going to lock in Corki as their first champion. Suspect Nami will be locked in to finalize their bottom lane pair. Again, we've had Lucian locked in here as the first selection for VG Meme Dream Team, followed by a Corki Nami pick coming out of Faction Will Dominate, meaning Faction Will Dominate's bottom lane is now showing completely onto the board. Waiting on a support pick from VG Meme Dream Team here, as well as mid, top, and jungle picks. Indeed, we're going to see their jungler and support, I believe, locked in here. Dylan Francis opting for a J4 pick, Fossil, onto Janna. Waiting now on two more summoners, Duyan and Sprusse from Faction Will Dominate to complete their champion selections here. Looking like Lulu might make it in the game. Suspect that will be their top laner if it does. With Gnar and Lulu both being hovered, they're not quite sure Lulu will make it into their top lane. Sprusse now hovering over a Zed pick instead, though. The Lulu will be swapped out for an Amumu before they get locked in, meaning it will be their jungler and I think their mid laner getting selected and waiting on Faxon to select a top laner for their team, potentially. Of course, Artisan hovering over a Gangplank pick, meaning I suspect that it will be a Gangplank top for VG Meme Dream Team should that get locked in. Zach T. Hawaii also waiting to select his champion here. We have had Gnar and Yasuo locked in here for VG Meme Dream Team. We have Yasuo in their mid lane, opting to last pick the Yasuo. If you're going to build a team composition around him, is a bit of a risky choice. Of course, Yasuo versus Zed in the mid lane, not the greatest situation for either of them. I think Zed may have a slight advantage there, though it's going to be a fairly skills matchup, I believe. Lulu now being hovered over here by the Faxon, wondering if Lulu will end up being there mid lane with Zed in the top lane, as Zed is currently showing the teleport if those will be traded around. Of course, speaking about the Yasuo pick, there is extreme synergy coming out here from BG Meme Dream Team for that Yasuo pick. Gnar, I believe, has a displacement. Janna definitely has a displacement, as well as J4. Lucian, the only champion not able to wombo combo with the Lucian ult. Kitty report that Calvin Trolls has shown up for their bronze match in the secondary event, so good luck to both of those teams competing. Of course, good luck to the other finalist teams as well. And of course, good luck to our main event finalists here. We have our finals matchup on stream, while the bronze match should be occurring as well. Looking like Dragon Dive may currently be in game, so there could be a slight delay getting that bronze match started. Of course, they have 15 minutes technically to get started, though as it is the finals matchup, we will give them a slight time extension should they choose to play it. Of course, should you choose not to play your finals matchup, it's extremely difficult to get prizing distributed to you. If there is no finals game you didn't play, you've forfeited or been disqualified, and Riot does not consider that a valid participation, which is extremely unfortunate, because we would love to say, hey, you forfeit, you know what, good enough, you made it to the semis, here's your 800 RP. Riot doesn't approve. Anyways, guys, we are heading into our finals matchup here. We do have both teams completely available for our finals matchup. The winners will be going home with 16,000 RP and 5 Triumphant Rise skins. That's 3,200 RP apiece and a Triumphant Rise skin apiece as well. I believe both of these teams have likely gotten those Rise skins already. I know at least Faxon Will Dominate has. Not quite sure if VG Meme Dream Team has come in a first-placed finish. I know they've done fairly well in a couple of past not-so-stock gaming tournaments, but I don't think they've managed to come out completely on top quite yet. So again, guys, this is our finals matchup, round 5 of play. Both of these teams are undefeated heading into this round of play, but one of them must lose. And of course, if they lose, they're still getting 2,400 RP apiece, which I believe is about 12,000 RP as the package for the second place team. Taking a look across the scoreboard here, we do have a Lucian Janna bottom lane pair for the blue side. Again, VG Meme Dream Team on the blue side, with Yasuo in the mid lane, Gnar as their top laner, and J4 in the jungle. So a decent amount of beef coming out from the J4 and Gnar, and huge amounts of damage, at least I should hope for their team, from the Lucian and Yasuo. Janna there to do all the utility she can, as well as a little bit of damage as well. Nami in that same situation as the Janna, as we have a Corki Nami bottom lane pair for Faxon Will Dominate. Lulu able to mitigate huge amounts of damage in the top lane from her kit, as well as do a fair amount of damage as well. Zed, I believe, in the mid lane, looking to become as powerful as quickly as possible, though fairly squishy, is highly mobile, and a Mumu in the jungle being the only solid tank for their team, and a little bit of a slow start. Once again, we're seeing a bit of a late game team composition, though not quite as much of a late game team composition for Faxon Will Dominate. As we've seen in the last 2 matchups, we have seen J4 picked away from ninjaken, so we'll see how the J4 on Alabamity manages to affect this game as we come into the mid and late game of play. Gnar also a fairly strong mid and late game champion. Yasuo has spikes throughout the entire game, but does fairly well the entire time as well, at least in my opinion. Lucian, one of the top tier ADCs as well, in about 30 seconds of spectate delay remaining here, guys, and it will be into load screen and onto the Rift for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament Finals matchup. Again, guys, VG Meme Dream Team on the blue side, Faxon Will Dominate on the purple side. This is our final round of play. This will be the last game on the stream this evening. Let's get a little bit of hype. 5 seconds until we're into load screen again. Two fairly high-level teams. Factual Dominant has eliminated teams that they have previously played against in the semifinals and finals matches. Coming through the quarters and semis, we'll see how they do against VG Meme Dream Team. Now, speaking of VG Meme Dream Team, I'm going to check and see how they've placed previously in not-so-stock gaming events, see if they've managed that first place finish before, or if it will be a huge upset should they take it over Faction Will Dominate. Looking like the roster for VG Meme Dream Team managed to win the main event on October 11th. So that was a semi-pro bracket tournament, meaning that Faction Dominate would not have been eligible to participate, but still a first-place finish for VG Meme Dream Team. So two fairly high-level teams coming into this finals matchup, two previous winners from not-so-stock gaming tournaments. Getting questions about the bronze package in Twitch chat. The third place team goes home with 1600 RP for each of their final 5 summoners, and the fourth place team gets 800 RP for each of those final 5 summoners. I don't have my calculator open here to do those numbers times 5 to see the total packages. I think it's like 8,000 and 4,000 total for the teams. Again, we have 40,000 RP and 5 Trumpet Rise skins for each of our tournaments this evening that will be given away to the top 4 teams in the packages that we have previously outlined, and the information is also available from our rules page. Now we're going a little bit deep against Lulu. They're surprised he didn't eat any poke. About 30 seconds now until buffs come onto the map. Seeing VG Meme Dream Team set up around their red buff on the bottom half of the map. Looking like Faction Will Dominate might be setting up for an invade here, though Mumu also around his blue camp with the Corki and Nami there to defend it. They're sitting a little bit deep in the river, making me suspect they could be going for some action. Both of Mumu being so blue dependent, they're likely just sitting a little bit aggressively with their defense. Buffs are now onto the map. Seeing both sides initiate on the bottom half of the map for their buffs. J4 starting with his red and Mumu starting with his blue. In the last few games we've gotten to see Mumu play. He's actually played on the blue side and opted to start with his red buff, going for blue with as a close second. Mumu being extremely blue dependent during the early game. I'm not quite sure how that affects his early jungle. Seeing Mumu start on the bottom half of the map on the purple side is a great choice for Faction Will Dominate. Mumu now is blue empowered and is going to continue onto his Wraith camps here. Yes, my computer has been backed up. Not with that scareware software, though. I've got 3 drives in there, 2 of them are redundantly striped, and everything is saved off in other places as well. Anyways, back to the matchup at hand. Yasuo's going to go in onto the Zed here. Zed and Yasuo both down about a quarter of their HP. We're going to see J4 initiate onto his blue buff and moving his way around onto his red buff. It appears that the J4 may have a slightly better clear speed in this early game than the Mumu. Going to be action into the bottom lane as well as both Corki and Lucian look for as much poke on each other as possible. I should also get the scoreboard reordered here. Lucian into the bottom lane there. Gonna have Yasuo in the middle, looking like the VG Meme Team roster is now correct. Though we've got the other side. There we go. Faction Will Dominate also correctly ordered on the scoreboard. J4 making his first gank into the mid lane. Misses the lance on the Zed, though, as Zed pulls off a huge juke. Mumu also out into the mid lane. J4 almost instantly down to half of his HP. Ignite has come through. Mumu getting fairly low. Q comes out from the Yasuo, and Yasuo picks up first blood on Faction Will Dominate's jungler. Yasuo going back in against Zed. Picks up a double kill, ending up under turret and takes 1 turret there, but walks out with his life. A great play in this early game by VG Meme Dream Team on the blue side. Yasuo picking up a double kill in a 2 versus 2 situation. Lucian skillfully avoiding bubbles from the Nami, might go down there, but does actually manage to get just out of range from the Corki Nami pair. He has popped a health potion back up to about 300 HP. Nami looking to re-engage that. Lucian dashes away though. Lucian fairly low in the bottom lane. Nami in the same situation, though, seeing the ADC low again to support. Corki is in a strong position right here. Jan looking to zone the Nami Corki pair off a little bit, but the Corki will be free to farm in the bottom lane. Lucian landing a little bit of poke onto the Corki. Corki only down about 100 HP here. Lucian not able to get in range right now. Gnar also getting zoned against his turret by the Lulu in the top lane. Seeing Faxon will dominate, begin to dominate as far as creep score goes. We're seeing them, however, down roughly 400 gold to Yasuo's first blood and second kill. We'll see if Faxon Dominate manages to use their creep farm and their turret objective score, as well as those dragon and baron plays, in order to maintain an advantage despite being down in kills right now. Lulu actually going really deep against Gnar, looking to put it at 2-1, but she is not able to get the last hit in the top lane. Gnar succeeding in recalling from behind that inner turret with about 100 HP remaining. We just caught the very end of that fight as the camera decided to make its way up there. Yasuo a little bit ham in the mid lane here, pressuring Zed against the mid lane outer turret. Lucian down about 400 HP here. J4 will make his way into the bottom lane. Has been spotted out. Nami and Corki looking to retreat from this. J4 going to go for as much farm as possible here. Staying the farm away from his ADC is a questionable choice after not succeeding with his gank though. Going to Lucian and Jen and begin to recall. J4 will be holding the bottom lane against the Nami Corki pair. Now is the time I would expect the J4 to go for as much farm as possible. Lucian not being there to last hit it. Taking it for earlier on from Lucian could have been a bit of a misplay for them, though they're doing fairly well so far in this matchup, seeing them still up 500 gold. Lucian down about 10 farm under the Corki in the mid lane. Yasuo and Zed are going to be action in the top lane here as Gnar goes full ham onto Lulu. Lulu down to about 200 HP, 100 HP, waiting for the boulder toss and the boomerang. The boulder toss comes out, doesn't connect though. Gnar back down to about 500 HP currently. Lulu still down fairly low, 200 HP to him. Has popped a health potion, looking for as much farm as possible, mitigate as much pressure as possible. Back up to about 300 HP in the top lane. Gnar still fairly healthy here, just below half. He throws a boomerang, will not connect though. And Janet and Lucian looking for pressure in the bottom lane. Out of the wave will make its way out to the Lucian. Lucian getting as many last hits here as he possibly can. Slowly getting caught up to the Corki. Now down only 6 CS. In the mid lane, things still fairly even. Lulu up about 13 farm over the Gnar. Jungle is actually seeming to have a fairly even clear speed. Bandage tosses away onto his blue buff to try and avoid the J4, but J4 will continue the advance. A teleport now coming in from the Lulu into the bottom half of the jungle here. J4 not wanting to give Amu his second blue buff. They're going to continue the engagement onto Zed. Amu will land the bandage toss onto Yasuo though. Yasuo could go down, indeed Yasuo will go down in this fight. A great play by the Amumu. Zed has been enormified by Lulu as well in the mid lane. Seeing Amumu, Lulu, and Nami head towards the Dragon Pit. Corki will meet them there. Not Janna and J4 are looking to contest as Lucian might make his way up the river as well. Dragon is down a quarter of its HP, down to almost half of his HP. J4 waiting in the wing. I'm not quite sure if yet. Indeed, they do have vision in the river. That has not been spotted. Dragon down to a quarter of its speed, waiting for a lance to come through over the wall. Smite would be imminent. How did he smite it from behind the... What? Smite range OP. I didn't think that was possible. Jan and Lucian back into the bottom lane. Corki on Nami there to defend it. Dragon did go over to VG Meme Dream Team. That was an amazing steal by the Jarvan 4 without actually going into the pit. Seeing the first hurt of the game going down to Gnar in the top lane despite being down. I apologize, no longer down in creep score. He's actually up about 5 farm over the Lulu right now. Jungler still fairly even. In the mid lane, things are also fairly even as well. And in the bottom lane, things have re-emerged as, once again, locked up. Corky and Lucian only one farm apart, and moving his way down into the bottom lane. Not quite sure he has been spotted out. He has indeed been spotted out. Lucian and Jenna making their way back. They do not have vision in the tri-bush, though. They are now aware that he has made his way out of the lane as he's been spotted out by the ward around the dragon pit. Amumu not quite able to engage onto Yasuo in the mid lane as he enters. Amumu now into the mid lane, though does have a ward taken out by the Yasuo as he blows sweepers. Not quite sure how he spotted that, if Amumu dropped it directly in front of him. Seeing J4 head into the mid lane as well here and looking to engage onto the Zed. Will not connect the lines, but the ultimate will come out. He cancels the ultimate as Zed jumps. I guess he jumped out of it with his ultimate as well, so he got the ultimate from the Zed there. Not quite able to get the flash or the kill onto Zed. Still a 2-2-1 kill score. We're seeing VG Meme Regime up about 2,000 gold over Faxon will dominate at this fairly early point in the game. Though, as I say fairly early, we are approaching the 10-minute mark, and we will be entering the mid-game in the next 5 to 7 minutes. Seeing if a first turret will go down before we reach that 15-minute mark. Again, currently only a 2-2-1 kill score. I apologize, one turret has gone down. We're seeing Nami now go down. Going to be a 3-1 turret score in favor of VG Meme Dream Team. I nearly forgot, I did forget, Gnar was successful in taking down that top lane outer turret. Teleport coming in from the Gnar into the mid lane now. Going to see engagement once again onto Zed. Seeming like there's one more summoner out there. Is Amumu being caught out. The ultimate did come through and knock down 3 of the summoners. Not quite enough to keep him alive, though. Amumu does go down. Now 4 summoners from VG Meme Dream in the mid lane. Zed being forced to recall. Looking at that mid lane outer turret will go down. Potentially the mid lane inner turret as well here. That actually opted off of his recall, decided to go back in from behind the inner turret. Lulu and Nami looking to respond to this. Inner turret is being sieged on, has lost a quarter of his HP. Has lost a half of his HP. Nami and Lulu are continuing to contest. A Q comes out from the Janna, locks up the Lulu. Nami makes her way into lane. J4 lances off onto the Wraith camp. A little bit of a lull in the action as Nami goes for some vision. Has spotted a vision ward from the blue side, but their side ward will be taken down by Yasuo. J4 in the mid lane is looking to clear out this wave as Lulu and Zed put some pressure against the mid lane outer turret. Again, guys, a 4-1 kill score in favor of VG Meme Dream Team. They're also up 2 turrets to 0. I believe the first dragon also went in their favor as J4 managed to steal that away from Faxon will dominate. Faxon will dominate down about 4,000 gold at the 12-minute mark in this game. Lulu taking a huge amount of pressure. There are 3 summoners from the opposition in the top lane, and she will go down to the 3-man advance from VG Meme Dream Team. Apologies, that wasn't Lulu going down, that was Gnar getting chased down by Lulu and her 2 assistants. Seeing more action into the bottom lane. Nami could go down here. Nami will go down to the Lucian. Getting asked a little bit about Azir in Twitch chat. Indeed, I have read up on the Azir, though I have not actually played against one or as him. Decided not to purchase him quite yet. He seems like a pretty cool champion. I thought that his soldiers were a fairly unique feature when I first read it, and then I realized how many other champions have little ghouls or other things they can control, aka Yorick or Elise with her spiderlings. So it seems kind of like a bit of a redo for other champions, but still a great addition to the storyline. Yasuo picking up another kill here in the mid lane as he ultimates onto the Zed. Amumu now all by himself against Yasuo. Amumu down to half HP. Yasuo also down to half HP. He comes out from the Yasuo. Ultimate comes out from the Amumu, and Yasuo goes down, and Amumu having 50 HP remaining in that fight. That was a huge outplay by the Amumu. I thought he was done for sure in that fight. Amumu picking up the 3rd kill for his team. A great play by ninjaken. Lucian looking for pressure against Corky in the bottom. It has pushed minions to his turret. Turret has roughly 3/4 of his HP remaining. Gnar looking for pressure against the top lane inner turret here. Seeing blue side once again set up for a dragon. I apologize for the first time set up for a dragon, but that is the second dragon they will successfully take for their team. Seeing BG Meme Dream Team now up 2 dragons to 0 over Factional Dominate, 6 kills to 3. They have roughly a 4,000 gold lead at this point in the game. We are nearing the 15-minute mark. We can fairly comfortably say we're heading into the mid-game here. We've had 2 turrets removed from the map. The laning phase is still mostly underway, though lanes have not yet been abandoned. We're not seeing any kind of huge rotations come out here, though we've seen teleports into other lanes during 2 or 3 of the team fights. Getting reports in Twitch chat that when Good Hit plays Azir, he feels like Alexander the Great and Iron Maiden. Sorry, he thinks of. Though if you felt like that, it's not necessarily a bad thing to feel like. I do apologize. I have actually seen Azir played a few times throughout a couple of our tournaments, though I've not actually paid all that much attention to him. Lulu opting to back from the top lane. Gnar relieving pressure from his top lane outer turret. Seeing MIA pinks come out from the Lucian and Janna in the bottom and looking for that third turret of the game for their team potentially. They will get minion pressure. Tristan. Wow. Corki. Corki is the purple side ADC. Corki will be about 15 seconds if they can get into lane. Nami in the same situation. This will be a successful outer turret going down. The last outer turret going down from Factional Dominate's side of the map. Reports in Twitch chat that Yasuo is apparently botting because he's capable of dodging skill shots. Guys, these are Masters and Diamond tier teams. Get reports that he's using Bot of Legends. I will definitely look into that, but I remain skeptical that anybody is not playing for themselves right now. Yasuo and J4 engage onto Zed, but Zed will manage to get out of that with his life. I mean, we're looking to re-engage onto the Yasuo as they come under his turret. Yasuo takes a fair chunk of damage. J4 getting fairly low as well. Bubbles come out from the Nami onto Lucian. Seeing a BG Dream succeed at taking down their first inner turret of the game, making them now 4 turrets to 1. In fact, Dominant has managed to take down that bottom lane outer turret from BG Dream Team. Seeing still a 7-2-3 kill score as well, roughly a 6,000 gold lead for BG Dream Team. Janna going to engage onto Lulu, blows her ultimate to blast Lulu back into range for the J4 and Gnar. Gnar begins taking turret hits here though, as Zed will continue the engagement, and Zed picks up a kill onto Gnar. Engage is going to continue. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 fight. I apologize, 2 versus 2 fight. Somebody a little bit too low to come back, and the J4 will go down. Zed fair low as well. Nami get down to about 300 HP. Amumu with full HP engaging against the Lucian. Lucian could go down here. I believe he will indeed go down. Amumu picking up a kill. apologize for my silence there, guys. Gonna get back into this matchup. Currently a 9-6 kill score, still in favor of VG Meme Dream Team. But Faction Dominate only down to 3 kills at this time. They are down 3 turrets as well. I believe it's gone 2 dragons to 0 in favor of a VG Meme Dream Team as well. I apologize for my silence, guys. Gonna get back into this game. The bot discussion in Twitch chat, a little bit distracting. We're seeing Faction Dominate slowly forced out of the mid lane, though Moon will re-engage onto Jarvan before the ultimate comes out from the Moon, connecting onto 3 summoners from VG Music. However, Zed and Nami have been deleted. It's a double kill for the Yasuo. We do see that's a 2-4-1 trade as a Moon picks up a kill onto Jarvan 4 before exiting that fight. Yasuo picks up another kill onto the Corki. They continue to engage, however, Yasuo has been shut down. And we move down to 400 HP, picks up a kill onto the Janna there, I believe. However, a move gets shut down by the Lucian. Nara and Lucian looking for this first inhibitor turret of the game. Nami coming back up onto the map. Zed also back onto the map here. Inhibitor turret down to a quarter of its HP. Nami looking to contest that. Bubbles connecting onto both of those champions. The inhibitor turret will go down. Nara and Lucian begin to make their retreat. I don't think Zed will be able to get into range, so he will be happy to relieve that minion pressure. That's going to be the 3rd dragon going down to the blue team. Going to cost them their Jarvan 4, though, as a 3-man engagement from Faction will dominate. Catches him out. Seeing Gnar begin to recall from behind. The Dragon Lucian has already affected his recall. Janna looking to stay out into the jungle, making her way into the mid lane here. Looking to defend that mid lane outer turret, keep their 2nd turret from falling. Q comes out from there and not able to connect onto any summoners from Faction will dominate. Yasuo not willing to come into range. It looks like they will lose this mid lane outer turret. Going to have the 2nd turret going down from VG Meme Dream Team side of the map. There's going to be a huge action here. I missed a little bit of it. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade so far in favor of Faction Dominate. A 2-for-2 trade now to make that 3-for-2 in favor of VG Meme Dream Team. That fight has turned around. Going to see a triple kill coming out here for the Lucian. And I do apologize. Good, I didn't really mean to time you out there. I just wanted to delete the link from Twitch chat. Seeing J4 Lucian and Gnar engaging onto this mid lane inhibitor. They were successful earlier on in sieging down the inhibitor turret, and this inhibitor will go down. VG Meme Dream Team now up 5 turrets to 18 kills to 12, as well as an inhibitor in their favor. I believe they are 3 dragons to 0 over. Faction will dominate as well. Seeing roughly a 6,000, I apologize, 8,000 gold lead in favor of the Meme Dream Team. Zed engaging onto J4. J4 could go down here, but a Q comes out from the Janna as well as Her ultimate actually blasts Zed out of the Q range. Bit of a questionable use of her kit right there, but it is effective in keeping at least her alive. Not quite enough to save the Jarvan 4, though, from the Zed. Looking like Calvin Trolls has emerged victorious in the bronze matchup of the of the secondary tournament, meaning that Calvin Trolls is the 3rd place team and Dugman Wonderland is the 4th place team in our secondary event this evening. Of course, both finals matches for the main event are still underway, as well as the actual finals match for the secondary event as well. Again, guys, the matchup at hand here is VG Meme Dream Team on the blue side. Faxon will dominate on the purple side. Nar could get engaged on here, but he will make his way out of the enemy team jungle. Again, guys, this is our finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament. Currently watching VG Meme Dream Team on the blue side face off against Faxon Will Dominate on the purple side. VG Meme Dream Team composed of mainly Diamond 4 and 5 summoners. Faxon Will Dominate mainly Masters tier summoners. Of course, some of those showing their team ranks in Challenger 5v5, so congratulations to them on their Challenger statuses as well. Note the solo queue rank is being mainly Diamond 1 and Masters tier for Faxon. Amumu relieves some pressure from the top lane while his team clears that pressure from the jungle. Blue side seems to be setting up for a Baron play here potentially. Of course, 26 minutes in, it's not a bad time for them to try to do so, though with all 5 summoners from Faxon Will Dominate still available on the map to contest it. Would be a questionable initiation onto that pit. Q comes out from the next onto both Corki and the Amumu. Sweeper comes out from the Amumu. They're going to take down his side ward in the bush. A little bit of poke coming out from the Lulu to initiate onto the Baron from behind the wall, just in case any summoners from VG Meme Dream Team were waiting to ambush them from that pit. You're going to see Meme Dream Team move as a 5-man squadron, and Lulu will get initiated on here. Lulu gets complete lockdown and eliminated. That means ult will come through. Amumu's ult comes through as well, but that connected onto all 5 members from VG Meme Dream Team, but it's not going to be enough. A 2-for-1 trade so far. Lucian has gone down. Amumu flashes over the wall, keeping himself alive through this fight. And it's going to be a double kill for the Nars, everybody, but Amumu has been removed, picking me up from the blue side onto that Amumu, though, picking me out onto the Nexus turrets as well. VG Meme Dream looking to end this game here. Potentially Amumu is still available to contest, so he has about 100 HP. If he gets caught, he would go down. Nar looking to potentially catch him out, but will not make it past the Nexus turrets. Nar begins to engage on the Nexus turret, face tanking that completely. Janna has used her ultimate and begins taking one of the other turrets as well. Amumu comes back into this with full HP under those turrets. Minions have arrived now, though. Blue back onto the map once again for Zed. Zed back on the map. Nami and Corki coming back on fairly soon. This could be a huge overstay for VG Meme Dream Team. J4 and Nar looking to get out of this one. It's going to be a knockup coming up from the Lulu, and Nar goes down. Scrying Orb comes through. I'm not quite sure from which team there. Going to see Faxon Will Dominate set up for their first Baron play of the game with Janna and Nar off the map. It's not a terrible time for them to do so, though. Lucian and Yasuo are going to push directly up the mid lane, looking to take down that inhibitor. Once again, J4 waiting from the wing. Lances in, lands a smite, but it's not enough for the Seal. Baron does go down to the Amumu. Lucian and Yasuo will be set up taking down this inhibitor turret, though. Sorry, this inhibitor in the mid lane. Lucian almost leaves it for the means, but turns around for one more last hit to finish that off. This does mean Faxon Will Dominate. Should they choose to push, will have to push in the mid lane, as they have just lost their mid lane inhibitor despite having a Baron to their name. Seeing Dragon set up here by VG Meme Dream Team looking to deny that to Faxon Will Dominate, continue to maintain their gold advantage as much as they possibly can. And that will be the 4th dragon of the game going down uncontested this time to VG Meme Dream Team. Faxon Will Dominate looking to push out in the mid lane here. They do have Baron available to them. Sorry, they do have the Baron buff empowering them, I should say. They've actually gotten pressure in the middle. Looks like they're going to begin to roam towards the bottom lane a little bit. Nami looking to get pressure against the Nar, or relieve pressure from the Nar. Zed has actually returned around, though, meaning Nami will not continue the pursuit into the bottom lane. Nami could, however, get cut out by the Jarvan Forest. She tries to clear out this Vision Ward. She will, however, successfully clear the ward as J4 begins to take down her Sight Ward as well. Sight Ward will be taken out, but it requires his Sweeper to finish it off. Corki, Nami, and Lulu in the mid lane getting pressure. Zed looking to split push into the top lane, take down that top lane outer turret, potentially get their third turret of the game. If that turret does go down, it would be the last outer turret of the game going down in general. Last outer turret for a not-so-stock gaming tournament today as well. Haha, finals matchup, kids. Zed and Corki both begin to recall Zed from the bush in the river at the top half. However, the main pressure he's exerted is enough to finish off the turret before Yasuo and Lucian are able to get to there to respond. Now takes out a ward in the bottom half of the mid bush. Mid lane bush. Bottom bush of the mid lane. However you want to say that, I apologize, guys. I've been going for a few hours here. I'm getting a little bit of... yeah, that's how I am. Alright. Back to things at hand, guys. Again, it is VG Meme Dream Team on the blue side. Faxon will dominate on the purple side. VG looking for a turret in the top lane here. Looking to respond after having just lost their top lane outer turret. They succeed in taking the top lane inner turret. Banish from will connect as well as his ultimate coming through, locking down both Janna and the Yasuo. Zed going to re-engage onto Yasuo. Exhaust comes out onto the Zezo. Zed getting fairly low here. His ultimate has expired. He responds. Sorry, rubber bands back, but it's not quite enough to get to save. Zed will be the first summoner to go down. That final ultimate coming out from the Yasuo. Gnar getting fairly low. It could be a 1-for-1 trade. However, J4 and Gnar both low, Janna fairly low. We're going to see Yasuo go full ham and get the lead. It's going to be the first summoner on the blue side to go down here. However, Janna extremely low here, looking like she will get better. Janna does go down that way, 2-for-1 trade in favor of Faxon will dominate. Lucian Ever split pushing into the mid lane. Recalls will be coming out from the Corki as well as Nami, I believe. Going to see a teleport coming through from their top laners, all not quite in time to save that Nexus turret. However, Gnar came in as well. It's going to cost both Lucian and Gnar their lives. J4 coming in from behind as well, not quite sure what they were thinking. Need a little bit of an overextension for the Gnar. Lucian was successful taking down that first Nexus turret, so a great play by the Lucian. Gnar could have easily gotten out of that with his life had he not chosen to push, potentially not trusting Lucian to finish off the Nexus turret without going down. Of course, Lucian did go down, but he was successful taking down the turret, so a great trade for their ADC.
Purple team's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Gonna have that mid lane inhibitor coming back up for Faxon will dominate momentarily. Currently a 23-21 kill score. That is still in favor of VG Meme Dream Team. A 7-3 turret score again in favor of VG Meme Dream Team. Faxon will dominate his turret. Sorry, mid lane inhibitor has just come back onto the map. We are seeing them down still about 5,000 gold under VG Meme Dream Team. Looking to see who comes out victorious in this finals matchup. This is about the time that Faxon has managed to turn around the last two games and emerge victorious, but we'll see if they can pull it off a third time in a row. They've been fairly consistently behind this matchup, down 7 turrets to 3, 4 dragons to 0, though they did pick up the first Baron of the game. Of course, that Baron has worked out in their favor so far, and that allowed them to take down the last outer turret of the game. And they did ever lose the top lane inner turret as well as a Nexus turret during their Baron buff being available. Seeing Faxon dominate, try to siege down into the middle here. Gnar looking to relieve the pressure there. J4 also available. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 fight, I do believe. John and Cookie Cutter gets a little bit of poke from the Zed. Faxon still looking to siege down into this mid lane. They're being forced off of that turret, though they will clear out the wave fairly quickly, potentially getting the next minion wave onto the turret. We're actually going to see them rotate into the top lane where they have minion pressure, looking to take up this top lane inner turret. Culling will come out from Lucian, and Mumu absorbs some of that damage. Zed also taking a fair amount of damage from the inner turret, down to about half HP. Ultimate comes out from the Jarvan 4, almost instantly cancelled. Ultimate comes out from a Mumu as well under that blue side turret. Zed goes full hand, but it does cost him his life. Gnar looking to continue this engagement. J4 getting fairly low here. Ultimate will come out from the Yasuo. Mumu will go down. Nami and Lulu fairly low. Corki not all that healthy either. Seeing Nami and Lulu both go down. Corki go down. That's going to be an ace for VG Meme Dream Team. If they can get to that inhibitor, to that last Nexus turret, they can quickly end this game. Just 25 seconds remaining for Zed to come back onto the map. I think VG Meme Dream has the damage to finish this off before Zed respawns, but I'm not 100% sure. Seeing the second Nexus turret get deleted here. Zed is back onto the map. See if he can make a difference in this fight. Turret Nexus down to half HP. Zed down to half HP. Nexus down to a quarter of his HP. Zed goes down. Nexus goes down. That's going to be a first place finish for VG Meme Dream Team over Faxon Will Dominate. Seeing ninjaken defeated for the first time this evening, the first time that Faxon Will Dominate has been defeated in tonight's tournament, though it is technically the second time they've been defeated in a finals matchup throughout their not-so-stock gaming history. So congratulations to both those teams on making their way into the finals. A huge congratulations to VG Meme Dream Team doing as well as they did. And a better luck next time to all of our other participating teams, as well as congratulations to our third and fourth place teams for the evening. Again, guys, our tournament has now concluded. I'm going to stick around to affect the match reports onto the bracket as those trickle in. I believe we have our our bronze match in the main event, as well as our finals match in the secondary event, still getting themselves under conclusion. They did start a fair while ago. Ooh, my English has failed. With that, guys, a huge congratulations to all of our top 4 teams this evening. Even bigger congratulations to our first place teams this evening, and a thank you to all of our viewers coming out. This is Dire Corpse, signing off.